You're watching CNN. I'm Max Foster in London. Ukraine says its troops have recaptured several settlements near Kharkiv in the east of the country. A video geolocated by CNN shows signs of a chaotic Russian retreat. The Ukrainian military says Russia is redeploying troops to the north near its own border.
The armed forces of our state provided us all with good news from the Kharkiv region. The occupiers are gradually being pushed away from Kharkiv.
Well, despite ongoing fighting, it appears Russia is failing to make much progress in the east. That's backed up by videos like this one, in which Ukrainian forces claim they destroyed a Russian tank near Kharkiv. Top US intelligence officials believe President Vladimir Putin is preparing for a prolonged war in Ukraine. The US Director of National Intelligence says Russian failures could usher in this dangerous new phase.
The uncertain nature of the battle, which is developing into a war of attrition, combined with the reality that Putin faces a mismatch between his ambitions and Russia's current conventional military capabilities, likely means the next few months could see us moving along a more unpredictable and potentially escalatory trajectory.
That top official told Congress that the intelligence community believes that Putin still has ambitions beyond claiming the Donbass. The Donbass covers the Luhansk and Donetsk regions that are currently the focus of Russian offensives. More American aid worth tens of billions of dollars could soon be on their way to Ukraine. Meanwhile, the US House of Representatives passed a new package worth about $40 billion to help shore up Ukraine's defences and address humanitarian needs. President Zelensky thanked Washington for its support. President Biden has urged Congress to act fast to pass the bill before the current defence aid runs out at the end of the month. The bill now needs to be approved by the Senate. Scott McLean joins us from Lviv. They need all of this kit. They need the funding, don't they? Because Russia is escalating the type of weapons it's using as well.
Well, the Ukrainians, Max, say that when it comes to equipment, they're at a position where the Russians aren't going to win the equipment war. That's how much foreign military aid has managed to get inside of the country. For instance, the Pentagon says that of the 90 howitzers that were promised Ukraine, the howitzers are these artillery systems, sort of modern day cannons. Of the 90 that were pledged, 89 are already within the country, and the deputy defense minister says that they are already well on their way to moving toward the front lines. And you mentioned earlier the situation in Kharkiv, where the city itself is relatively quiet, or at least it has been in recent days, but the real fighting is happening in the towns and villages outside of Kharkiv, and you mentioned some of it already, but the Ukrainians say that in some areas north of the city, they actually have fighters from the Azov regiment. This is really one of the most fiercest fighters within the Ukrainian military, and they're just a few kilometers really from the Russian border. And the Russians have, according to the Ukrainians, built up a presence of troops on the Russian side of the border in anticipation of the Ukrainians actually reaching that border at some point. You showed that video earlier showing one example of a hasty Russian retreat. Ukraine, though, says it's far too early for civilians to actually start going back to these areas because, of course, they're still within artillery range. And we've seen over and over again in this war, Max, that when the Russians don't make a lot of progress on the ground, they resort to heavy shelling of some of these civilian areas in hopes that that will eventually force Ukrainian troops back.
Scott and Lviv, thank you. Well, from the offensive on the ground to the impact globally and economically, Ukraine is suspending some Russian gas flows to Europe, blaming Moscow for diverting supplies. Germany and other EU countries are key customers affected by that move. Anna Stewart is on the story for us. Take us through exactly what's been happening then. We're talking about these particular supplies going from Russia through Ukraine into Europe.
Yes, so as everyone knows, Ukraine is a major transit country for Russian gas heading into Europe, and there have been plenty of disputes in years gone past. This one is regarding a certain transit point, and we can show you where it is on a map. It's called Sukranivka, and it's in the Luhansk region, which of course is Russian occupied. Now, according to Ukraine's gas grid operator, there has been Russian interference, they say, at this transit point, including diverting some of the gas. Now, they have said that this poses a major security issue to the whole gas grid network, so they have suspended it. Now, this transit point takes around a third of all the Russian gas that goes via Ukraine through to Europe. So in that sense, it is quite significant. Gazprom deny there's been any interference here at all. As of today, Russia is sending around 25% less gas via Ukraine to Europe than it was yesterday. So currently isn't making up that shortfall of disruption. Max?
We're looking at that map of the pipelines. There are several, aren't there? So surely the Russians could divert it through a different pipeline so it can still get to Europe?
Lots of different solutions are here. The one that Ukraine points to, and we'll keep that map up, is the Zudza transit point to the west. They say they could simply re-divert the volumes of gas that go to the disputed one through there. Again, we have a difference of opinion here. Gazprom says that is technically impossible. Ukraine has then refuted that and said not only is it possible, but it's been done before. We've spoken to an oil analyst. They believe over half of the volume of gas that goes through the disputed transit point could go through there. And Max, there are other pipelines as well. The volume of gas we are talking about in terms of the European overall pie from Russian gas is about 8%. There are many pipelines that run through Europe. The biggest, of course, is actually Nord Stream 1, which runs from Russia straight to Germany under the sea. There's capacity and multiple routes that could be used. Natural gas prices, oil prices were higher today. If this had been a few weeks ago, I would actually expect a bigger market reaction. But currently, the EU is trying to wean itself off Russian energy. It's working on LNG orders from other sources. It's trying to fill up its gas storage coffers. I think that's why we're seeing quite a muted response. Really, that could change, though, if this became a broader spat with more pipelines in more areas of Europe being involved. Max?
OK, Anna, thank you. The war in Ukraine and the rising cost of energy are two major factors contributing to higher inflation across the globe. Brand new numbers show US consumer inflation still hovering near 40-year highs. CPI numbers rising to 8.3% last month, year over year. That's a bit slower than the price rise in March. The CPI also easing month over month too, but these numbers were higher than expected and offer little comfort to anyone hoping to see signs of peak inflation in the US. Rachel Solomon joins me now from New York. As I say, the numbers were slightly down when you look at the increases. Just take us through what's happening here, because it can be confusing and we mustn't relax just yet, as I was saying.
Not yet. Yeah, there's a bit of everything in this report. Let's start with the positive, which was that inflation did ease. It moderated a bit. First time we're seeing that since August. So perhaps some good news there. The not so good news, however, is that it didn't ease as much as most economists were expecting. Let's take a look at the report. You can see last month food prices rose about 0.9%. Energy fell 2.7%, and core inflation, which strips away the more volatile categories like food and energy, that rose 0.6%. That is twice the amount we saw last month. When we look at sort of areas for the largest increases last month in the report, things like shelter, airline fares, and new vehicles, the largest contributors. When we look at some areas that we actually saw some declines, apparel and used cars and trucks all declined over the month. Now, Max, of course, the question that everyone is trying to answer is, have we reached peak inflation? Unclear. Some, like Deutsche Bank, believe that the report and the easing that we saw today could be the beginning of a gradual move lower in coming months. Others say not so fast. 1 month, one data point does not a trend make. Not also going to be a cause for celebration for consumers, most likely, because, inflation is still hovering at 40-year highs. Things are very expensive, and the president knows that. U.S. President Joe Biden taking the time yesterday to address the public and saying that fighting inflation is his #1 domestic priority. So, yes, we saw some gradual easing, but not nearly as much as most economists were expecting, Max.
Could this play out in the markets today? How are the futures looking?
Max, in fact, it already has. Just before the numbers came out, the Dow was up 275 points before, of course, the open pre-market, but it pretty much lost all of those gains when the numbers crossed. So we're already seeing this play out in the market. Of course, there's so much sort of jitteriness and concern about how the Fed is going to fight inflation and how severe and hawkish it will have to be to bring inflation closer to its target. So we're already seeing futures across the board negative. Of course, the markets haven't opened and there is a long way until markets close, but it's already been a tough week for the markets. We'll remain to see how it all plays out today, Max.
Rahel, thank you. I know you'll be watching it very closely. Thank you. To China now, where strict COVID-19 lockdowns are starting to take an economic toll. Car sales dropped 48% in April as factories and showrooms were forced to close. Tesla's China sales were down 98%. And exports from its Shanghai plant dropped to zero. Selena Wang's following that for us. And that's because, is it because they can't get the parts or the people, or what is it?
Yeah, Max, that monthly decline you said is a record decline. This is the world's largest automobile market, and what those numbers point to is the impact these strict lockdowns in China are having on the economy, on supply chain disruptions, on consumer spending, and the auto market is not immune to that. Across China, at least 31 cities are under some form of lockdown, impacting up to 214 million people. And of the automakers in China, Tesla got hit the hardest. It sold only about 1,500 cars in the mainland last month. That is down 98% from March. Its production in the company also fell dramatically. It fell more than 80%. Now, Shanghai has been under the strict lockdown for more than a month, and Shanghai is the heart of manufacturing in China. Many automakers have big production facilities there, including Tesla. And last month, Tesla had to close down its factory there for several weeks. Only recently did it start getting back up and running, but according to a new report from Reuters, it has yet hit another snag, and Tesla in China has had to again temporarily halt production because of snags with suppliers. But it's not just Tesla, Max. There are lots of automakers in China that are really hurting as a result of these lockdowns, including Toyota and Nissan. And with no clear end in sight to these lockdowns, this pain to the automakers, this dampening of consumer spending when people are locked inside, they're not out buying cars. So these numbers, they're going to continue to be painful.
Okay, Selena, thank you for bringing us up to date with that. We're going to have a look at some other stories making headlines around the world now. An Al Jazeera journalist has been fatally shot whilst covering an Israeli military operation in the West Bank. Al Jazeera and Qatar, which finances the broadcaster, say Israeli forces killed her and that no Palestinian gunmen were in the area. Israel's Prime Minister says it appeared likely Shireen Abu Akleh was shot by Palestinians, though. Her producer was also wounded in the attack. We'll have more on this story later on CNN. In the next few hours, Connect the World will speak to the Israeli Defense Forces and hear from a colleague and a friend of Shireen. Sri Lanka has extended a curfew until early Thursday morning after 9 people were killed in violence there this week. The government's apparent mishandling of an economic crisis has sparked a month of deadly protests. The Ministry of Defence says troops have been ordered to shoot anyone damaging state property or assaulting officials. Just ahead, from software engineer to soldier, CNN speaks to the ordinary Ukrainians now on the front lines against Russia. For the past 77 days, Ukrainian fighters have fought the Russian military, defended their capital and forced a retreat in the north. But what makes this David and Goliath battle even more remarkable are the Ukrainian conscripts and volunteers. Just 78 days ago, they were regular people in regular jobs. CNN's Sam Kiley spoke to volunteers on the front lines in eastern Ukraine.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bunny.
Yeah.
Bunny's a tank.
Yeah, so it's Bunny is a tank.
He's got quite a carrot.
Yeah.
Bunny's got a very big stick. This T-80 tank was built 2 years ago and was, until March, in the vanguard of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
So down below you see an autoloader. It's also slightly modernized to shoot more like advanced and like better rounds. It can shoot guided missiles.
Alex was on a sniper team when he discovered Bunny, stuck and abandoned in a field in March, 8 days into Russia's assault. Within days, the tank was back in action against Russians.
This is like my personal tank. I'm tank commander and tank owner.
In March, he says the tank destroyed 24 Russian vehicles and 2 tanks.
We fight in like near Izum. So here we already destroyed 3 or 4 enemy tanks. Like we have 3 confirmed and 4 is like not fully confirmed that it was our kill.
That was in the previous couple of days when Russian forces tried to break through Ukraine's lines in the bitter battle for the east.
Showing like the thermal side.
Alex isn't a professional soldier. He's a software engineer who lived in the now smashed IT hub of Kharkiv. His home has been destroyed. Bunny's being serviced as the battle rages a few miles away. Burning fields encroach on the tank's hideout. The front line in Ukraine is hundreds of miles long.
For many Ukrainian soldiers on this front line, there's a sense that perhaps the Russians haven't yet brought their full destructive power to bear. But they expect to find out this week.
Russia's artillery is relentless, and Putin's tanks are massing. This army of volunteers is expecting a hard Russian push. Anna's 22. She's been a soldier for a month, and now she's a driver in a reconnaissance unit.
There is a lot of opportunities to be killed.
She just graduated from university.
The thing that makes me the angriest is raped children and women.
Is that something that you're afraid of happening to you?
I can't say that I'm afraid of something like that. I'm afraid to be not useful for my country, for my people.
This is what being useful here means: killing Russians. Russians Anna's age. But this is a war thrust upon Ukrainians. Anna works with Vlad, a poet, author, publisher and war vet.
Reconnaissance is a highly dangerous work. Have you lost many comrades, friends?
Vlad said, since 2014, so many of my friends, people I knew, comrades, have died. So far, the people I came with since the beginning of the latest invasion have not died, and I'm very happy. It's cool. These people are still fighting. They're already in charge of units. It's awesome. The best of the best are here. His books are dark fantasies set in this war with Russia, an all too rich source of material. Sam Kiley, CNN, Eastern Ukraine.
The charity Save the Children is raising concerns about the trauma children are facing both in and out of Ukraine and its lasting impact on their mental health. The group is sharing drawings made by some of the nearly 3 million children forced to leave Ukraine since the war began. Of all the pictures, one image is being drawn again and again, and it's hearts, coloured with crayons, simple images that speak volumes. Janti Saripto is the President and CEO of Save the Children US and joins us now. Thank you so much for joining us. Talk us through some of the drawings, some of the themes that you've seen in the images, then we can talk about what's behind them.
Yes, thank you for highlighting this. And clearly, as always, pictures really say more than 1,000 words. If you look at those drawings from children, they are essentially of tanks, bombs, homes, their homes being destroyed, dead bodies lying in the street that they will have seen. So these young eyes have seen things that no child should ever see. And that is clearly coming through in those drawings. And that's why we're doing that work with them, because it will also help these children start to process some of that trauma that they've experienced.
Which is more healthy, seeing hearts with Ukrainian flags, or, you know, the actual scenes that they have encountered and, you know, maybe coming to terms with now?
Well, it's going to be a long process, right? And, you know, our child psychologists in these centers are working with these kids. We're also doing play therapy to help them start that long journey of processing and recovery. But as you can imagine, we are incredibly concerned, not just for the immediate life-threatening impact for children on the ground in Ukraine now, but also the longer-term impact on their mental health as this war continues.
Is it useful asking them to draw, because these are such difficult events to talk about quite often?
Yes, and we see that in many, not just in this instance, but in many of these crises across the world, sometimes natural disasters, but also conflict-related disasters like this one, we get children to draw. It's something that every child does, you know, across the world, and it helps them put some of their experiences into words when they don't have them yet.
What's been the most upsetting image that you've seen?
Well, it's hard. There's a lot, and then of course we also hear the stories that they tell us in these centers. I think, you know, an image of a young child standing beside the grave of their mother, which I saw from one of our teams last week, was, you know, is heartbreaking. I think an image of a drawing of a child, you know, drawing their own home being destroyed, and then themselves in front of it, fleeing, because they you know, sometimes they draw themselves in these pictures is very striking as well.
So when you know, when one of your team are with a child in front of a picture of them, they've drawn themselves next to their parents' grave, what's the next step? What do you take them to next?
Well, we try to work with them, right? And we have a whole sort of program around this. And clearly this is also hard because these kids are often in transit, right? We often find, sometimes not, but quite often now in where the conflict is now, kids are in transit. So you get to see them for a bit, and then they move on. And thankfully now in a lot of European countries, these kids are going into child protection systems that can help them for longer. But we help them talk it through. We sometimes help them put into drawings what they have difficulty put into words, and then we try to figure out how we can help them best. Of course, it depends on their age, what they've seen, where we think they are.
Are there some ages where they deal with it better?
I think that's really hard to say. You know, and I think it's almost too early to say, but I think, but we've seen this in kids fleeing the Syrian war as well over the past 11 years. No, I don't think you can say there's a better, I mean, and there is no good age to see what these kids are seeing and have seen, right? But it does depend on their individual situation.
You involved Jill Biden in this, didn't you, the First Lady? I mean, it must be very difficult for her to see all of this. It must have been very helpful to have her involved as well. How's that helped, and how's she dealt with it all?
Well, we were incredibly pleased that the First Lady took the time to come over on Mother's Day. Clearly, Dr. Biden is an educator herself, a passionate educator. She was also involved with Save the Children a couple of years ago, so she knows our work. She's seen it on the ground. And we were delighted that she had time to visit one of the schools that we're working with in Romania, where we're helping that school, who has actually accepted a lot of children coming over. I think about 100 kids are in that school now, where we're trying to also get them back into education and give them a sense of normality. So for them, our staff there, our volunteers, and those kids to see that interest from somebody as like the First Lady has been amazing for them and inspiring, and I think and made them feel that they're not alone and that there is support for them. And clearly it has helped us here to continue to keep this issue on the radar.
Well, that's the concern, isn't it? Because as horrifying as all of this is, there's been a lot of it over a period of time, and you need to raise money, you need to keep the resourcing, and this is a massively long-term project for you, dealing with long-term trauma. What more do you want from the world? I mean, is it just a case of, keeping the awareness so the resources keep coming in?
There is that, and it's twofold, right? One is, yes, keep the awareness. This is a long-term rebuild and recovery process, and it will need to happen long after the cameras have gone, and at some point, hopefully, the hostility. Look, first and foremost, the hostilities need to cease. Then we need to have access to all of the areas in Ukraine, alongside working with people who have fled Ukraine, so that people should feel safe to turn back. And then, of course, yes, funding needs to continue. For Ukraine, it's been extraordinarily good across the world, not just in the United States. But of course, we're worried about other crises that are exacerbated also by increasing wheat prices because of this conflict. So we're now seeing hunger and famine spike up across many countries, and that also needs resourcing.
Okay, I appreciate you spending time with us and taking time out from your very important work. Janti Saripto from the Save the Children, thank you very much indeed. I'll have more in just a moment. Welcome back. I'm Max Foster in London. This is the opening bell sounding on Wall Street. US stocks have opened lower. The Nasdaq and the S&P reversing course after Tuesday's modest gains. All this after another disappointing read on inflation. The US reporting that consumer prices rose 8.3% in April, year over year. That's a bit lower than last month's increase, but still hotter than expected. The month-over-month data were higher than expected too. The numbers showing consumer inflation still hovering near 40-year highs. Matt Egan joins me with more. So is it all about inflation today, or what else are you looking at?
Yeah, Max, it really is all about inflation because that remains the #1 problem for the economy and really for financial markets as well, and probably for politicians in Washington. And I think that there is a mixed bag from this report. I mean, the good news is that inflation has cooled off a bit, as you mentioned, 8.3% year over year in April, backing away from 40-year highs. This is the first time we've seen a deceleration since last August. The bad news, though, is that it really didn't back away all that much. Prices still rose by 8.3%. Expectations were for less. And as you can see on your screen, there were still record price spikes on everything from baby food, restaurants, hardware, new trucks, men's suits, and core inflation, which is really what the Fed looks at. That excludes food and energy. That actually accelerated month over month, more than expected. Now, no one on Main Street is going to be celebrating the fact that inflation is still above 8%. No one on Wall Street either. It was really interesting to see stock futures were modestly higher this morning, and then that report came out, and within minutes we saw Dow futures drop about 500 points from where they were trading. As you can see, markets opening up just slightly higher. I think that's because there's really nothing about today's report that suggests the Federal Reserve is going to, dramatically dial back its war against inflation. It's still going to be raising interest rates for the next few months. It could still be doing these half a percentage point interest rate increases, and that eventually could pose some risk for the economy as borrowing costs keep going up. That's going to slow down growth, and so those worries about an eventual recession in the United States next year or in 2024, I don't really think that's going away either. So kind of a mixed batch of numbers this morning, Max.
Okay, Matt, thank you very much indeed. Harley-Davidson shares were up today. Profits fell last quarter, squeezed by supply chain issues, the global chip shortage and inflation. The company, whose LiveWire division is launching an electric bike, says there is high demand, though, and that's driving up revenue. The CEO spoke to Richard last night.
This is a fantastic brand, Harley-Davidson, fantastic brand. We are now standing up the second brand with LiveWire that is going public sometime in June at the New York Stock Exchange. There's a lot of exciting things happening, despite the backdrop, which is certainly challenging.
Do you think you'll still public in June? I mean, the SPAC method is slowly going out of flavor as long as the market is in such turmoil. I mean, I don't expect you to necessarily tell me what you're going to do, but are you rethinking that plan to float and SPAC in June?
No, we're not rethinking it, and we're doing this for the right reasons. LiveWire is a fantastic new brand. It's built on the lineage and part of the lineage of Harley-Davidson. We want to set it off as a separate entity, separate company, that it is independent with an independent board listed at the New York Stock Exchange, and we see a great opportunity. We launched our new bike today, the Del Mar, and before the presentation was over, we sold our limited edition. So within 18 minutes, there was a strong demand, and we sold 100 bikes that are going to deliver next year. So there's definitely demand out there, and we believe that a pure electric play that can lead the industry is something that the market wants, and that we will give to the market, and we will be the ones that shape the electric two-wheel space in the future.
The chief executive, Harley-Davidson there. Speaking of supply chain issues as well, chip shortages as well, Taiwan, a world leader in semiconductor manufacturing, getting a spotlight on its unique role in global tech. This comes as US intelligence chiefs warn that Taiwan will face an acute threat of takeover by China by the end of the decade.
It's our view that they are working hard to effectively put themselves into a position in which their military is capable of taking Taiwan over our intervention.
Will Ripley, live for us in Taipei. Break this down for us then. How worried should we be?
Well, certainly here on the island of Taiwan, they are taking this threat seriously, as they have for decades, since mainland China has claimed, the communist rulers in mainland China have claimed this island as their own for more than 70 years, since the end of China's civil war. But this is now a time, according to U.S. intelligence, that China is building an army that just might be big enough not only to defeat Taiwan, which would happen fairly quickly, but also defeat potentially intervention by the United States. And that is what makes Taiwan's soft power so crucial, Max. Their semiconductor industry, a world leader, and it's so valuable that it might actually, experts say, motivate countries to rally in the island of Taiwan's defense. Taiwan's first line of defense from a Chinese invasion. Billions spent on missiles, new warships and submarines, an upgraded fleet of fighter jets, expanded training for reserve soldiers, all of it dwarfed by the mainland's massive military. China's defense budget, 17 times bigger than Taiwan. Experts say the island's best defense, its biggest weapon against China, is technology so small you need a microscope. Super tiny, super powerful semiconductors. This tiny tech powers products you probably use every day. Taiwan produces about 70% of the world's semiconductor chips, most of them made by TSMC, Asia's most valuable company, making chips for companies around the world like Apple and Intel. Experts warn any disruption to Taiwan's chip supply could paralyze global production, impacting almost everyone.
People like to say, well, Taiwan should be defended by virtue of it being a democracy. This is oftentimes too abstract. If there is war or invasion in the Taiwan Strait, and immediately the price of computers would increase, your cell phones would become more expensive. It helps people make that self-serving but emotional connection with a society that otherwise would be abstract to them.
Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine is raising questions about the future of Taiwan, a self-governing democracy, claimed but never controlled by Beijing's communist rulers. But what makes Taiwan different from Ukraine, right, is the economic leverage.
Taiwan is much more relevant to the global economy than Ukraine. That is true.
Even China relies on chips from Taiwan. More than 50% of the island's exports to the mainland, semiconductors. China is Taiwan's top trading partner. So what does it mean economically for Taiwan and China if there was some sort of conflict to break out?
It will be disastrous, not only for Taiwan, not only for China, but also for the US and EU and everybody.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has vowed to reunify with Taiwan at any cost. Taiwan's chip industry could make the cost of any invasion far too steep. Just imagine if you had to wait more than a year to get your new iPhone, or you had to wait even longer than that to get a laptop. That is the scenario that experts say would be very possible, highly likely, if there was any sort of disruption to Taiwan's semiconductors. And that is actually something that the leadership here in Taipei bring up. When people draw comparisons between what's happening in Ukraine and Taiwan, they're quick to point out the strategic role of the semiconductor industry. It's vital technology, even used in weapons, Max. And so, the global supply shortage is actually prompting some countries now to take steps to try to break themselves away from their dependence on Taiwan, because so many of the chips are made here. But that would take many years. So at least for the short term, that soft power that Taiwan has is a lot of leverage. What they have to do, experts say, is to stay, also continue to grow militarily as well.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Will, thank you for joining us from Taipei. In the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos Jr. has claimed victory in Monday's presidential election. According to an unofficial preliminary count, he got more than twice as many votes as his closest rival. The son of the Philippines' former dictator called it a win for democracy and asked to be judged on his actions, not his ancestors. CNN's Ivan Watson has more.
Judge me not by my ancestors, but by my actions. Those are the final words of a short statement declaring victory coming from the presumptive winner of the presidential elections that were held in the Philippines on Monday, and that assumed winner is Ferdinand Marcos Jr., known by his nickname Bong Bong. A statement released by his spokesperson declaring victory in that election. The preliminary results show a massive lead, more than twice the votes of the presumptive second place candidate in the election. And Bong Bong is, of course, the son of the ousted former dictator of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos Sr., who was forced to flee the country in 1986 in the face of a people power movement, had ruled under martial law for nearly a decade, had an atrocious human rights record, and is still being investigated for the alleged embezzlement of up to $10 billion worth of government and Philippines assets. Now, Bong Bong ran under somewhat of a nostalgia ticket with the slogan, "Rise Again." He was very short on details about his platform, but his campaign message appeared to have worked. He does seem to be on the verge of winning a much bigger electoral mandate than any other presidential candidate has really seen in generations. Now, the presumptive second place candidate still has not conceded defeat, is going to hold a rally on Friday thanking her supporters. There are concerns and protests about voting machines that did not function properly during the election. However, the U.S. State Department spokesperson has gone on record saying that there does not seem to have been serious problems with this election, that it was conducted in line with international standards. Ivan Watson, CNN, Hong Kong.
Coming up, delivering life-saving first aid to Ukraine's people and its economy, one organization's critical mission. Next. Welcome back. The US House of Representatives has approved an additional $40 billion in funding for Ukraine. This as a number of non-profit organizations around the world also continue to raise money to support the country. One of them is California-based Nova Ukraine. Since the Russian invasion in late February, it has raised $30 million and spent $16 million so far, providing much needed medications, medical devices, food and other basic supplies. Joining me now is Director of Nova Ukraine, Igor Markov. Thank you for joining us. What are you finding is the most required thing right now? What are your people on the ground saying they need?
There are many things that are needed on the ground in Ukraine. We see very significant demand for medical supplies, for food, for evacuation services, for basic infrastructure. We fund bomb shelters in several places. And we are listening to the people on the ground, to our volunteers, and also to the refugees and to the people in need. And we are trying to adapt to the situation.
And are you getting as much support as you were early on in the crisis, in the war, or are people getting fatigued with all of this fundraising, which is vital, but it's been going a long time now for some people?
Yes, we definitely start seeing donor fatigue at the very beginning of the war. There was an outpouring of support. Many people contributed. At some point later, we started seeing bigger donors coming in with support, then corporate matching programs, and now we are starting to see some corporate donors, which look specifically at what we do and select projects. But overall, there's definitely a problem with donor fatigue because this war has been going on for quite some time, and there is really no end in sight. The problem is huge. The amount of funding, the amount of help that is needed is only growing. And so we are doing all that we can to adapt, to convince donors to help Ukraine and to route the support, these funds, to the projects that have most impact.
The other issue, of course, is that there has been a food crisis really that's been prompted by what's been happening in Ukraine and the sanctions on Russia as well. So the cost of living for people in the West has gone up, and that's making it more difficult for them to donate.
Absolutely. We see now reports that food supplies are running low in many places in Ukraine, those that are hard to reach, but even those that have good connections to the West, because some of the shipments have decreased from the West, in part because of prices. We saw reports just in the last few days that Russia is taking away grains from Ukraine, from southern and eastern regions into Russia. It's basically stealing. And so we are doing several different things to feed people in Ukraine and also to support producers. We support a number of small kitchens in different regions of Ukraine, Kyiv, Kharkiv, in the south, in Odessa, in Mykolaiv, where people are basically fed breakfast and lunch in the streets. We support volunteer groups that prepare food baskets and deliver to disabled people, to the elderly who have difficulty leaving their apartments. And we support food producers to make sure that they remain viable and that they have the production lines running for canned meat, pasta, and several places that bake bread.
Isn't that ironic, though, that you're having to effectively import grains and basic foods into a country which, up until recently, was, a real breadbasket for the rest of the world?
It is definitely. The supply lines are disrupted, and we are trying to adapt to the situation, and of course, trying to also make sure that these imports don't suppress food producers in Ukraine. The situation is changing. Of course, we know the government of Ukraine is trying to help as much as they can, but this is really our strength as a nonprofit volunteer-run organization. We can adapt to the situation on the ground very quickly.
Okay. Igor Markov, really appreciate your time. Director of Nova Ukraine. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Now next, a dramatic air scare. A passenger with no flight experience landing a plane when the pilot passes out mid-flight. Welcome back. One last look at the markets for you. US stocks are now trading higher after the release of a hotter than expected US inflation report. Today's consumer price report for April shows US inflation still hovering near 40-year highs. That's bad for consumers and the US Federal Reserve, which has begun raising interest rates in the hope of taming that inflation. Now imagine this, you're a regular passenger on a plane. The pilot suddenly becomes incapacitated and you're the one who has to land the aircraft. That's exactly what happened in Florida. Pete Montaigne has this incredible story.
I've got a serious situation here. My pilot has gone incoherent. I have no idea how to fly the airplane, but I'm in 9100.
The voice you're hearing is not a pilot, but a passenger radioing for help. Audio captured from live ATC details the communications between the plane, a Cessna Caravan, and the control tower at Fort Pierce in Florida.
Number 333 Lima Delta, roger. What's your position? I have no idea. I can see the coast of Florida in front of me, and I have no idea.
Air traffic controller Robert Morgan was on break from working in the tower when his colleague said he needed to come back fast.
There's a passenger flying a plane that's not a pilot, and the pilot's incapacitated. So they said we need to try to help them land the plane.
Morgan is a 20-year veteran controller, but also a certificated flight instructor with 1,200 hours flying experience.
What was the situation with the pilot? He is incoherent. He is out. Number 3 Lima Delta, roger. Try to hold the wings level and see if you can start descending for me. Push forward on the controls and descend at a very slow rate.
Controller Morgan had not flown this specific airplane before, so he pulled up this photo of the layout of the instrument panel and talked the passenger through it, step by step.
I knew the plane's flying like any other plane. I just had to keep him calm, point him to the runway, and just tell him how to reduce the power so he could descend to land.
Data from FlightAware shows the flight's path. The first challenge to controllers, locating the flight and pointing the passenger turned pilot to the airport.
3 Lima Delta, maintain wings level and just try to follow the coast, either north or southbound. We're trying to locate you. 10-4, you guys located me yet? I can't even get my nav screen to turn on. It has all the information on it. You guys got any ideas on that? Number 3 Lima Delta, Palm Beach is he's instructing me that you're about 20 miles east of Boca Raton. Just continue northbound over the beach and we'll try to get you some more further instructions.
Morgan's instruction paid off, guiding the flight to a landing at Palm Beach. Aviation experts call it a remarkable feat that left other flights listening in stunned, including a commercial pilot waiting for takeoff.
Did you say the passengers landed the airplane?
That's correct.
Oh my gosh, yeah, no, great job.
No flying experience. We got a controller that worked them down. That's a flight instructor.
After the landing, Morgan left the tower and went out to the ramp to meet his newest student pilot that he taught to land without ever getting in the plane.
I just feel like it was probably meant to happen.
What a hero and what a calm passenger. Finally, after nearly 20 years, Apple has decided to retire the iPod. Production set to halt on the iPod Touch, the only model still on shelves. The late Steve Jobs introduced the music player in 2001 with the promise of holding up to 1,000 CD quality songs. Apple says the spirit of the iPod lives on in all its current products, where music storage and streaming have become an essential part of software. A moment in tech history. That's it for the show. Connect the World is next. Do stay with CNN.
Russian troops came to one man's home, he says, and offered to make him a local leader. It's not at all simple. He was the local mayor for them. That's why they never touched him.
In retaken towns in the south of Ukraine, tales of Russian troops trying to probe local defenses and win people's loyalties. And
if and when we join NATO, and if we are admitted to NATO, what kind of relationship will we have with Russia?
as Finland considers a major decision, there are worries amongst the younger generation about the impact on the country's future. And tension and tragedy in the West Bank after an Al Jazeera journalist was shot and killed covering a conflict there. I'm Eleni Jakos in Abu Dhabi. Hello and welcome. This is Connect the World, and we're covering two major stories today. The death of a Palestinian-American journalist while she was covering clashes at a refugee camp in the West Bank, and the Ukrainian counter-offensive around the city of Kharkiv. And let's start in the Middle East. There's growing condemnation and calls for answers after the fatal shooting of an Al Jazeera journalist on assignment in the West Bank. And Al Jazeera now blames Israel for the death of Shireen Abu Akleh and calls it a cold-blooded assassination. And she was shot in the head while covering an Israeli anti-terrorism operation in Jenin. And I want to show you video taken just after Abu Akleh was shot. And I must warn you, it is disturbing. Hadass Gold covering the story for us from Jerusalem. Hadass, it is a very sad day. I want you to give me a bit of information of what we know with regards to the investigation, and importantly, what is Israel saying about the shooting?
Yeah, Eleni, it's so terrible because, as you can see from that disturbing video, Shireen, who is a veteran correspondent for Al Jazeera, so well known across the world and so well known to the journalistic community here, was very clearly wearing a protective vest that says press across it and protective gear. This is the protective gear we know so many journalists wear when they're going out to report in the field. What we know is that she was shot this morning, as you said, as she was reporting on Israeli military operations in the West Bank town of Jenin. This is a place where the Israeli military has often been carrying out what they say are counterterrorism operations. They say in response to a series of attacks that have targeted Israelis. They say that several of those attackers have come from the Jenin area. In addition to Shireen being shot, her producer, Ali Al-Samoudi, was also shot in the back. He is in stable condition, though. I want to play a video for you of what her producer, Ali Al-Samoudi, says happened this morning. Take a listen.
We were going in to film the army operation. Suddenly, one of them shot at us. They didn't tell us to leave. They didn't tell us to stop. They shot us. The first bullet hit me. The second bullet hit Shireen. They killed her with cold blood because they are killers specialized in the killing of Palestinians.
They are claiming Palestinians killed her.
There were no resistant groups near us. If the resistance was there, we wouldn't go to that area.
Now, Al Jazeera has placed the blame squarely on Israeli security forces, calling on the international community to condemn and hold the Israeli forces, occupation forces, accountable for deliberately targeting and killing our colleague Shireen Abu Akleh. Now, the Israeli military said that while they were conducting this counterterrorism operation, they came under heavy fire and returned fire. Initially, they brought up the possibility, they said that they were investigating whether she was shot by what they said was indiscriminate Palestinian gunfire. In the most recent statement from the IDF Chief of Staff Aviv Kochavi, he says at this stage it is not possible to determine from which shot she was hit, and he expresses regret for her death. He says in order to get to the truth, they have set up a special team that will clarify the facts and present them in full as soon as possible. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett issued a statement earlier this morning which says, in part, according to the information we've gathered, he says it appears likely that armed Palestinians who were indiscriminately firing at the time were responsible for the unfortunate death of the journalist. He went on to say that Israel calls on the Palestinians to conduct a joint pathological analysis and investigation, which would be based, he says, on all the existing documentation and findings in order to get to the truth. He says that so far the Palestinians have refused this offer. So clearly there's a bit of a finger pointing going on right now, but This is a tragic, horrific death, Eleni. It's unnecessary, especially as it's a correspondent who was just doing her job, so clearly identified as a member of the press while trying to cover this such important news that is going on over here. Eleni.
Yeah, Hadass, a brave and fearless journalist, and we will be speaking to you a little later in the show. Of course, this is a story we're watching very closely as information comes through. Hadass, much appreciated. Now I want to get to our other big story this hour, the war in Ukraine, and it seems the tide may be turning in the Kharkiv region. The Ukrainian flag once again flies there after troops took back several settlements between Kharkiv and the Russian border. One Ukrainian official says Russia is, quote, very worried about the counter-offensive there, but warns Russia could still attack. Meanwhile, the Kremlin says the people of Kherson in southern Ukraine should decide whether they want to be part of Russia or not. New Russian installed leaders there plan to make a formal request to join the Russian Federation. One Ukrainian advisor says the answer doesn't matter. The town will still be liberated. The top US spy chief, in the meantime, doesn't see the war ending anytime soon. In fact, she believes a more dangerous period lies ahead.
And the current trend increases the likelihood that President Putin will turn to more drastic means, including imposing martial law, reorienting industrial production, or potentially escalatory military actions to free up the resources needed to achieve his objectives as the conflict drags on, or if he perceives Russia is losing in Ukraine.
Scott McLean joins us now live from Lviv with an update. Scott, we've just reported that the tide may be turning in the Kharkiv region. The Ukrainian flag flies once again. And messaging from the Russians in terms of a potential attack if there's a counterattack. What more do we know about the situation? And is it delicate or is it definitive now that Kharkiv specifically is back in Ukrainian hands?
Hey, Eleni. Yeah, so look, the situation in Kharkiv has actually been quiet for the last couple of days. I'm talking about the city itself. The real fighting has been taking place outside of the city in these towns and villages, and that is where the Ukrainians say that they're making a lot of progress in terms of retaking these areas. In fact, they say that some soldiers from the Azov regiment, this is one of the fiercest fighting units that the Ukrainian military has, the same soldiers that are holed up in the Azovstal steel plant, they are within a few kilometers of the Russian border there, and the Ukrainians say that the Russians are starting to build up troops on the Russian side of the border in anticipation of the Ukrainians actually getting toward that area. But we have seen time and time again in this war, when the Russians are stalling on the ground and when they're having difficulty breaking through those front lines, they resort to shelling everything in sight. And that appears to be what is happening, because officials there say that, look, civilians should not be returning at this stage of the game, because many of these towns, many of these villages are still very much in artillery range. We're also seeing new video that shows a pretty hasty Russian retreat from this area, where partially submerged vehicles are in a river or a stream after a bridge in the area was blown up. And so it seems like the Ukrainians are making a lot of progress on that front. We also saw, though, new video on Friday, and it's not clear when exactly this happened, but the video came out on Friday showing a convoy, an evacuation convoy with 15 vehicles involved, and it was absolutely riddled with bullet holes. These are, we're told, from police in the area, people who were trying to evacuate from their village east of the city of Kharkiv to Ukrainian-held territory, and they obviously got caught up in some fighting. 4 people at least were killed, including a 13-year-old girl, and many others are missing. It's not even clear what happened to all 15 vehicles in the convoy. The Ukrainians say that people from that convoy, as I said, are missing. We are also keeping our eyes peeled on the situation in Mariupol, which frankly has not changed all that much in recent days. The Ukrainians continue to say that they are taking heavy bombardment from the Russians. What we know is that there are some 100 civilians, this is according to the Ukrainians, men, we assume, who are still trapped inside of that plant, who were not included with the evacuations of the women and the children and the elderly people. There are also, we're told, again, by the Ukrainian soldiers that there are hundreds of soldiers still trapped inside the plant, hundreds of them perhaps wounded. And we're seeing these new images showing some of them and the extent of some of the wounds, some open wounds, some soldiers missing legs, some missing arms, and they say they simply do not have sterile bandaging. They don't have really any proper equipment to deal with these people. They're running out of medicine, they're running out of antibiotics, and they've already said previously that some have already started to die in agony. Eleni?
Astonishing to see some of these new images. Scott, thank you so very much. Now let's move to southern Ukraine, where troops have retaken a key village that had been in the hands of Russia for weeks. But as CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh reports, those gains come at a devastatingly high cost.
Racing under the tree line, changing their path every time, with Russian troops often just meters away. This is the fight for Ukraine's most important riverbank, and this is the place where Moscow's brutal advance has been stopped. Russco was held by Russian troops for weeks, but now the Russians shell where they once hid and probe the outskirts daily. Vladimir and his men have been alert since 4 a.m, fearing a Russian attack and more of the cluster bombs they say tore down this tree. So they're about 2 kilometers away in that direction, he says. And so occasionally they get what Russians call diversionary groups, which are kind of scouting groups to try and probe their defences, but so far he says they've been successful fighting them. Fresh flowers laid at the monument to the last war's dead, but broken glass here where this war's living shelter. Faces that seem beyond caring who is in control. And dust that makes you wonder who will come back if it ever gets normal again. In these endless idyllic villages, it bends belief to see the quiet life forced underground like this. It's saying that the rocket landed during lunchtime and there was nobody in there. 40, 50 people have been at one point. You see the rooms they're living in. But it is not an easy job taking back these villages. Loyalties have evaporated in some cases. The troops say they found traitors here, but lack evidence to prosecute, citing one case. There's a guy on the phone here. There's a guy on the phone. And now, a local on the phone is reason for suspicion.
Russian
troops came to one man's home, he says, and offered to make him a local leader. It's not at all simple. He was the local mayor for them. That's why they never touched him. And there's also a former Russian colonel living here. They say they have reason to know they're being watched. I'll only say that when we first came here, he says, it was in the morning, when there was a fog and it was impossible to see us, but the Russians shot at us, which means someone gave us up. As we emerge, a puff of smoke in the sky, an explosive or a flare. 2 blasts, leading them to think the cluster bombs may follow again. Vladimir stays in place. The back and forth persists for places that cease to exist in the fight for them. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, Russco-ukrainskaya, Ukraine.
The US says Russia has used as many as a dozen hypersonic weapons during the Ukraine war. However, it's not clear whether they were part of the barrage of missiles that pounded Odessa over the weekend. The technology isn't new, but this isn't a weapon that's frequently used in war. So what exactly are hypersonic missiles? And are they a game changer in Ukraine? We've got Aaron Lieberman at the Pentagon standing by for more. Aaron, tell us exactly how important the use of these hypersonic missiles are and what impact that could have on the war in Ukraine.
Well, we've heard quite a bit from not only the Pentagon but also U.S. politicians that hypersonic weapons could be a game changer if and when they were used in combat. But the Pentagon has backed off of that. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said recently that the Russian use of hypersonics was not the game changer that many had predicted they would be. We got a sense yesterday of how many times they've been used. About a dozen times we learned yesterday from a senior defense official. We know a bit about the types here. The first types that were used, or most of them, from what we understand, were Iskanders as well as Tochkas. These are essentially short-range ballistic missiles, so not new technology. They are hypersonic simply in terms of the speed at which they travel. But Russia has also used the Kinzhal missile. That is an air-launched hypersonic missile. But crucially, and this is an important point to make, it is essentially just an air-launched version of the ground-launched ballistic missile. So very similar, just launched from an airplane traveling faster and moving in the air. So not breakthrough technology or anything like that, but certainly the use of hypersonic weapons has drawn a tremendous amount of attention, especially as the U.S. has been concerned it's falling behind Russia and China in the use of hypersonic weapons. One more point to make here. What are the Russians hitting with these types of missiles? Fixed targets. Buildings, they claim weapons, warehouses, not sort of dynamic moving targets, which are much harder to hit, which the Russians have had a problem hitting, and that's something the Pentagon has noted. Why would you use these types of advanced weapons or not sort of more conventional weapons in trying to hit these sorts of targets? Perhaps the Pentagon says that's an indication that Russia is running out of precision-guided munitions. Eleni?
All right, Oren, thank you so much for that analysis. Now, Ukraine has suspended some of its Russian gas exports to Europe. It had been able to keep transporting the fuel through the country, even with ongoing shelling from Russian forces. But now Ukrainian gas officials say it's, quote, impossible to fulfill obligations to European partners. They point to interruptions at key transit points. At the same time, Germany says its gas supply is secure. CNN's Anna Stewart is covering this for us. Anna, good to see you. Take us through exactly what's happening here. We know that Ukraine is home to some important arteries carrying that gas, and it was always a big question mark whether they would be able to continue with these supply lines.
And there have been many disputes between Russia and Ukraine regarding the gas transiting through that country before. Now, this particular one regards a transit point in Ukraine in the Russian-occupied Luhansk region. We've got a map we can show you where it is. It's called Sukranivka, and it's a big transit point. It takes around a third of all the Russian gas that goes via Ukraine into Europe. Now, Ukraine's gas grid operator has warned, they say, multiple times to Gazprom, saying that there has been Russian interference at that transit point, including the diversion of some gas. And they say the security and the stability of the whole country's gas network is at stake, so they have suspended all operations there. Gazprom in Russia are denying this. They say that gas was flowing through there as it should, and they've had no complaints from their customers. But right now, as of today, according to a Reuters Gazprom stats, it says the volumes via Ukraine into Europe of gas is now down around 25% from yesterday. So it doesn't appear that Russia is sending more gas via a different pipeline.
All right, Anna, thank you so very much for that update. We are going to go to, all right, so we actually have new video for you from the West Bank. It's set to show the body of Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh being brought to Ramallah. As we reported earlier, Abu Akleh was fatally shot while on assignment covering an Israeli security operation. And that is the video that we've just gotten to CNN. We'll be bringing you more on this story as it develops. Now, next on Connect to the World, China responds after the head of the World Health Organization called its zero COVID strategy unsustainable. That's all coming up. China is reporting a one-day drop in the number of COVID cases. There were more than 1,800 COVID cases on Tuesday, about half of the previous day. And this comes as China continues to defend its COVID response after the WHO chief questioned it and urged a shift.
When we talk about the zero COVID strategy, we don't think that it's sustainable, considering the behavior of the virus now and what we anticipate in the future.
Celine Wang joins us now live from Kunming, China, where she's following the story. WHO says that zero COVID policy isn't viable, and we know that the government there is being relentless on sticking to its plan, saying it's the magic weapon. Is there any sense that there will be shifting on this policy that's creating enormous lockdowns and, of course, a huge impact socially as well?
Eleni, well, in short, no. And not only did China reject the comments from the World Health Organization, they called it, quote, irresponsible. And the World Health Organization chief's criticism was swiftly censored from China's government-controlled internet. You can no longer find his comments on China's internet. And the comments from the World Health Organization chief, this was rare criticism, coming from a person who early in the pandemic was criticized for being too close to China. But what he said about China's zero COVID policy being unsustainable, that really echoes with what a lot of scientists are increasingly saying. While China's strategy of lockdowns and strict border control measures were effective early on in the pandemic, it is a different story with Omicron, considering how transmissible it is. And the criticism from the WHO comes as there is growing frustration inside and outside of China that the heavy-handed approach of zero COVID is taking a huge human, psychological, and economic toll on the country. Across China, at least 31 cities are under some form of lockdown, impacting up to 214 million people. In Shanghai, people have been trapped in their homes for more than a month, many of them struggling to get access to essentials, enough food. And the measures in Shanghai are actually, Eleni, only getting more extreme even as those COVID numbers come down. Now, many health experts are saying that China's focus on zero COVID, on sending positive cases to these quarantine facilities, many of which are in rundown and unsanitary conditions, this focus on trapping people in their homes, that is taking focus away from vaccinating and increasing vaccinations, since the vaccination rate among the elderly in China still remains relatively low. China has also yet to approve an mRNA vaccine. While China's domestically developed vaccines do provide protection against severe illness from Omicron, many studies show that they are not as effective as the mRNA vaccines. Now, there was a recent study published, peer-reviewed study published in the journal Nature that showed that if Omicron was left unchecked in China, it could result in overwhelming the healthcare system and lead to more than 1 million deaths. That is the justification that China's leaders have used for why they need to continue with zero COVID. However, the authors of those studies said that opening up would not result in that horrific outcome if China focused on increasing the vaccination rate and increasing access to antiviral therapies. But unfortunately, Eleni, what we're seeing in China is this pursuit of zero COVID at all costs.
Yeah, really interesting to hear the justification around the impact with regards to possible hospitalizations if Omicron is left unchecked. But nevertheless, it is shocking to see some of the images coming through throughout the cities in China. Really good to see you, Selena. Thank you so much. Now let's get you up to speed on some other stories that are on our radar right now. Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is claiming victory in the Philippines presidential election. The son of a former dictator, Marcos Jr., is urging the world to judge him by his actions and not by his family's controversial past. Unofficial results show he got more than double the votes of his closest rival. Sri Lanka has extended its curfew until Thursday morning local time, and the government has ordered troops to shoot on sight anyone found damaging state property or assaulting officials. Protesters have burned down the homes of 38 politicians. It is the largest in a month of civil unrest leading up to the resignation of the Prime Minister this week. At least 9 people have died in clashes since Monday. The death toll from the Havana hotel explosion last week has risen to 43. The country's health ministry says 17 people are still in hospital. Investigators believe a gas leak may have caused Friday's blast. The U.S. Senate will vote today on a bill aimed at preserving access to abortion nationwide. And this comes after a draft of a Supreme Court decision was leaked. It appeared set to overturn Roe v. Wade, the landmark ruling that has protected the right to an abortion in the country for nearly 50 years. The bill will need 60 votes to pass, and with a Senate that's currently split 50-50 between Democrats and Republicans, it is all but certain to fail. We will keep you updated when the vote happens. And just ahead on the show, the UK and Sweden cozying up on security in the face of Russia's war on Ukraine. More on the joint political solidarity agreement they signed and what it means for Europe. Also ahead, Russia's war on Ukraine is pushing countries like Finland towards the NATO alliance. But is it too much? Why some young Finns are worried about their country and that it might be moving too fast. Welcome back. I'm Eleni Jakos in Abu Dhabi, and you're watching Connect the World. The head of the Kharkiv military administration in northeastern Ukraine says troops have retaken more settlements to the north of the city. This soldier, who is from Kharkiv, is standing on top of a Russian tank that they've captured. But the regional military chief is warning civilians it's still too dangerous to return because of mines. Meanwhile, a different fate for Kherson in the southeast. And here you see a small pro-Russian event being held there on Victory Day. The Kremlin spokesman says it is up to Kherson's citizens to decide if it should become part of Russia. Now, newly installed Russian leadership plans to make a formal request to become part of Russia. Vladimir Putin now may be making advances in eastern Ukraine, but his war has clearly backfired on at least one front. It has done nothing to slow NATO's expansion. In fact, it may be doing the exact opposite. Finland, which shares a lengthy border with Russia, appears poised to apply to join the alliance. Sweden is also considering applying, and here you see leaders from the UK and Sweden signing a new bilateral political declaration of solidarity. And we've got Nick Robertson standing by for us. Nick, Really good to see you. Firstly, I want to talk about this sort of bilateral security pact that was signed, and also importantly, Boris Johnson saying that Sweden and Finland need to feel free to decide whether they want to join NATO without retaliation. What should we be reading into this messaging?
It's a message from the British government to signal to both Sweden and Finland. Boris Johnson will be arriving soon at the President's house here behind me, to signal to them that while they go through the transition process of deciding to apply for NATO membership and then making that formal application and then going through the process of NATO, making sure that they meet all the sorts of checks and balances that NATO membership requires, which can be a lengthy process. That it's expected to be a relatively short process, but still a matter of months. The message is very clear that the United Kingdom will stand behind militarily and in other ways behind Sweden and Finland should there be any Russian aggression stepped up by Russia because it sees these nations joining NATO. This is what's being described as a mutual security assistance declaration. Boris Johnson explaining it was necessary because of the changed security environment in Europe.
The war in Ukraine is forcing us all to make difficult decisions. But sovereign nations must be free to make those decisions without fear or influence or threat of retaliation. So I'm very pleased today with you, Prime Minister Andersson, to sign this mutual security assurances declaration.
So this was this security agreement, not designed to put any pressure on Sweden whatsoever to join NATO, but merely to say if you do move in that direction, we're going to support you. And it'll be the same when he gets here to Finland as well.
And that, of course, needs to be passed through Parliament in both Sweden and in Finland as well. What is interesting here in Finland, it seems that there's less hesitation than what we've seen in Sweden. But how is this move taken up by the population at this point, Nick?
Yeah, I was in Parliament today watching some of the debate, speaking to a member of Parliament, and the real expectation there is that it will resoundingly pass the vote when it happens. There was an expectation as well that Sweden will follow along, and there's very much an effort, it seems, between Finland and Sweden to sort of time their announcements to be really close together. So when they go through this process of applying to NATO, the expectation that they will, it happens sort of pretty much in parallel at the same time. Slightly different processes, etc., different countries, but that doesn't stop some people here, particularly younger generation in Finland, feeling that this whole process, a decision by government, by Parliament, that's what the Constitution calls for, is perhaps happening just a little too quickly and isn't addressing all their concerns. As Finland's parliament discusses at pace the historic step of potentially joining NATO, the speed of debate has some young Finns worrying their generation will be hurt by a decision taken in haste through fear of Putin that they have little say in. 5 students at the University of Helsinki agreed to tell us their views.
I'm against NATO. I'm still undecided. Also undecided.
I guess I'm for NATO.
And I'm a bit ambiguous on the question still.
You're against NATO?
Yeah.
Why?
It's a military alliance led by a superpower that has waged horrendous wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, and I understand people being very afraid of Russia and what they're doing, horrible things, but it's kind of like fighting the wolf by teaming up with the bear. Like, the bear isn't great either.
If at this moment we take this stance towards the whole of Russia, what does it mean in a situation where hopefully the regime changes at some point to a more positive direction?
And you're undecided.
Yes.
What's the pros and cons?
I also get the arguments for safety, and that's why I'm still undecided.
I think we are currently as a society very emotionally charged,
And that is why I'm inclined to sort of say that perhaps now is not the greatest time to make such a huge decision.
We are like a sovereign democratic country, and I don't want those kind of fears to impact our decision making.
But I think waiting too long is the more dangerous. It's not as dangerous right now to start this process as it would be in, let's say, 2 years from now.
What's the public debate that's going on?
In my social media bubble, it's very kind of pro-NATO.
And it kind of does feel like on social media, it seems like if you are anti-Russia, you are automatically pro-NATO.
I feel like a lot of people are making a lot of assumptions about what Putin is thinking. Personally, I have yet to see evidence of him wanting to invade Finland.
What do you think the consequences of this decision are going to be?
If and when we join NATO, and if we are admitted to NATO, what kind of relationship will we have with Russia? And that's the big question, to me at least, that you know, the geography is always there.
So a lot of these questions probably won't get answered during the parliamentary debate. There are questions a lot of people have, but a lot of people have decided that they view the situation as NATO is their best option. I think, you know, for young people here, it's going to affect, they think, their future for such a long time, and they would feel better if there was more time to have the discussion. But that seems unlikely. As that young man said during the conversation, it's better to move quickly. And speaking to that member of parliament today, it is clear there's a real feeling that you need to keep that space of time short between deciding and becoming a member, and that's a security assistance and gap that Prime Minister Boris Johnson is talking about today and filling and giving that additional security support to Finland and Sweden.
Yeah, really interesting to hear all those differing views. As one politician said to me, this is prompted by rational fear. So we'll be watching this very closely. Nick, thank you so much. And still ahead, another victory for Liverpool. But is it enough to get the Premier League crown? Details in World Sports coming up. Welcome back. And Egypt was once known as the Hollywood of the Middle East, with its renowned film industry. Today, the industry is trying to make a comeback, and women are at the forefront. On the next episode of Inside the Middle East, we are profiling women who are moving the industry forward with new perspectives and innovative ideas.
This is where we're shooting now, and this should be my apartment, and it should be a very old apartment.
Legendary actress Yusra is Egypt's leading lady. Her career spans nearly 50 years and shows no signs of slowing down anytime soon. She's on the set of her latest TV series called Sweet Dreams.
Are these real antiques?
Of course not.
Yusra started acting at the height of Egyptian cinema in the 70s. Her career rocketed to popularity in the late 80s and early 90s. Having appeared in more than 80 movies and dozens of TV shows, she remains a household favorite.
Come, but it's a little bit dark. It's okay.
But at the start of her career, the idea of women working in film was not approved of by some.
I was about 19, and I was very young, and I remember that at the time I was living with my father. So when I said, okay, I want to act, he said, what? I'll kill you. I said, why? I want to act, it's a job.
The stigma dates back to the 1920s, when the industry was new. Despite societal pressure, women started expressing themselves through film.
They were very courageous because at the time it was a shame to work in cinema in the 20s. But after a while, in the 30s, in the 40s, it began to be, they were overwhelmed by cinema.
Now a legend herself, she's on a mission to pay it forward.
As much as they, the old legends and stars, have helped me in my life, I owe it to the new generations. 80% from the new generation, they worked with me. I played even a tiny role in their lives, which is important.
It has been a nail-biting game for Liverpool, but they managed to keep their hopes of clinching the top spot in the Premier League alive. The Reds are definitely under pressure, but they are currently level with rivals Manchester City on 86 points. So what will happen next? World Sport anchor Alex Thomas joins me now with the details. Do you think that Liverpool will stay on course? What's the prognosis here, Alex?
Well, Elena, you and I have spoken before about this historic quest for a quadruple of trophies. Liverpool have one in the bag. This is the only one that's not in their hands because they're level on points with Manchester City, who have a game in hand, which they play later on. And I've got an expert in Darren Lewis to talk about that in just a moment.
All right, we'll join you for that right after the short break, and we'll be back at the top of the hour with more Connect the World. Stay with CNN.
Hello, welcome to CNN World Sport. I'm Alex Thomas in London. Manchester City's signing of superstar striker Erling Haaland could be completed at any moment. And the deal is such a coup that even their biggest rivals can't hide their admiration. Liverpool boss Jurgen Klopp calling it a really good signing and praising Haaland as a beast of a player. Such was the level of speculation that City felt compelled to release a statement on Tuesday, confirming they have reached an agreement with Borussia Dortmund for Haaland to move to City in July. Only personal terms are yet to be finalised.
Good player. Yeah. City was never and will never be a team who wins games because of one player, with a specific way to play. And I think Erling will realize if all of a sudden he will score a lot of goals on a second post, where he just puts a foot on, so he will love that. And now we have other situations where he's a real beast. Was now injured a couple of times at Dortmund, but when he's fit, he's a real beast. So, yeah, unfortunately, a really good signing.
Grudging but obvious respect from Jurgen Klopp, our senior sports analyst, Darren Lewis, alongside me. Klopp speaking after Liverpool beat Aston Villa to really keep the pressure on Manchester City in that Premier League title race. But his admiration just clear to see for a player that is every bit as good as the billing.
Yeah, new superstar, new player for Liverpool to be able to cope with next season, and a new weapon for their biggest rivals, Manchester City, to be able to deploy in the Premier League next season. I almost wonder, on the one hand, Klopp will be excited at being able to see this guy up close and personal and figure out a way to deal with him. But at the same time, Klopp does have weapons of his own, which is exactly why he and Manchester City are level in terms of goals scored this season. 89 by both teams in what is one of the most epic title races we have ever seen. The level of quality, the consistency of both sides, they are winning machines. They've taken points of each other, but they're the only two teams, apart from Tottenham last weekend, that they had dropped points to. And the interesting thing now will be whether Klopp's side can handle the pressure of the last three matches.
Yeah, because City was superb anyway, so is Haaland going to make them unstoppable?
Well, I don't think so, because on the one hand, you could look at Chelsea last season and you could basically say, look, they were better when they were fluid, without a point man, without somebody who needed a supply line to score the goals. The City side of last season were much more fluid. Having said that, look at those numbers right there. Second column, 85 goals for third and fourth lines, 85 goals in 88 games for Dortmund. The youngest player to reach 20 Champions League goals. The youngest player to reach 50 goals in the Bundesliga. This guy is a goal machine, and he is still only 21 years of age. His best is yet to come. And he will be working for Pep Guardiola, an alchemist in terms of getting the best out of talented young players.
But may need a tweak of the system. Let's briefly have a word on the Premier League title race. We saw Liverpool beating Aston Villa despite being a goal behind. Manchester City away to Wolves. Is that one of the biggest banana skins left for them this season?
I think they're all potential banana skins. Wolves lost their last three to City over the past season and a half, but before that they were winners home and away against Manchester City. And bear in mind, City failed to score against West Ham at the London Stadium when they went out of the League Cup. They were held to a draw by Southampton earlier this season as well. There is no game at this stage of the season, Alex, that you can take for granted.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess the pressure is on City, but it's on Liverpool too. And that's the one trophy of this famous quadruple that they don't have in their hands. They have to hope City slip up. And it's more than just one defeat as well, because that greater goal difference. Darren Lewis, really appreciate it as always. Darren Lewis here on World Sport. We've got the latest NBA playoffs action for you in just a moment, and why Tom Brady's next career move could be more lucrative than his playing days. Hello again, welcome back to World Sport on CNN. The momentum has shifted yet again in two of the NBA playoff series. Tuesday night featured the Phoenix Suns and the Miami Heat, who went into their respective games off the back of two straight losses. Let's get over to our own Andy Scholes, who's at CNN Center. And Andy, it really looks like both teams made quite a statement.
Yeah, and in a big way, Alex. You know, we were looking forward to two big Game 5s on Tuesday night, both series tied at 2-2. And when the series is tied, winners of Game 5s, they go on to win 82% of the time. So, I mean, these are big games, but neither contest on Tuesday night were that competitive at all. The Suns only led the Mavs by 3 at halftime, but then they just came out in the second half and dominated. Devin Booker at 28. This three here caps off a 28-4 run in the third quarter. The Suns outscored Dallas 61-34 in the second half to go on to win easily, 110-80. Now, things getting chippy near the end of this game. Reserves Marquise Chris and Bismack Biyombo getting into it late. Both of them got ejected from the game, and then Chris followed Biyombo into the same tunnel. Security, though, was able to stop anything else from going down backstage. Now, that 30-point blowout was actually the close game of the night. The Heat in total control in Game 5 against the Sixers. Scary moment for Joel Embiid in this one. Got smacked on the face by the ball. He lied on the floor for quite a while. Now, Embiid missed the first 2 games of this series with a fractured orbital bone. He was able to return and keep playing in this game, but it didn't matter. This one was all Miami. They won 120-85. They can close out this series Thursday night in Philadelphia. Now, Wednesday night is pivotal Game 5 in Boston between the Celtics and the Bucks. That series is tied at 2. Then you got the Grizzlies looking to stay alive against the Warriors, but they're going to be trying to do it without their star Ja Morant. The team announcing that Ja is now doubtful for the rest of the playoffs after suffering a bone bruise in his right knee. Definitely a tough blow for the Grizzlies and for NBA fans, because Ja has just been so exciting during these playoffs. All right, well, we had an exciting night in Major League Baseball on Tuesday, and what a night it was for 22-year-old Reed Detmers. He became the second youngest pitcher to throw a no-hitter in baseball history, the youngest to ever do it for the Los Angeles Angels. And the left-hander in just total control the entire night. He threw only 108 pitches. Detmers, he had never thrown more than 6 innings in his pro career after being drafted 10th overall back in 2020. He didn't even have a complete game in his college career at Louisville. His teammates mobbing him after they got that final out in a 12-0 win.
It's just something I've dreamed of ever since I was a little kid. I didn't think it'd ever happen. We have an unreal group of guys, and they were by my side the whole way. And yeah, just running around in the outfield and just getting chased down, and then in the locker room having our own little celebration. That's probably what I'll remember the most.
Cool night for Detmers. Elsewhere, Yankees down 5-3 to the Jays. Bottom of the ninth, 2 on for Aaron Judge, and he delivers. The Yankee star with a no-doubter. All the fans there at Yankee Stadium going bonkers. It's the first walk-off home run of Judge's career. He danced his way to home plate before being mobbed by his teammates. Yankees got the win there 6-5. And I'll tell you what, Alex, good time to be a Yankees fan right now. 21-8 this season. That is the best record in all of baseball.
Looking strong. And before we let you go, Andy, we now know what legendary quarterback Tom Brady will be doing once his playing career is done. And the crazy thing is that he'll get paid more, not less.
This is pretty incredible. So Fox announcing that Tom Brady is going to join them as their lead football analyst as soon as his football career is over, whenever that ends up being. Terms of the deal were not disclosed, but the New York Post reports it's a 10-year deal worth $375 million. It would be the most lucrative deal in sports broadcasting history. Now, after the season with the Bucks, Brady will have made about $332 million in his 23 years of playing football in the NFL. Incredible that this new TV deal, Alex, is going to pay him more in 10 years than his entire football career. And you know, it's basically been broadcasting wars here in the U.S. when it comes to football. ESPN took Joe Buck and Troy Aikman away from Fox. It was their 2 main guys to do Monday Night Football, Alex. So Fox was kind of in no man's land, really needed to make a splash with a name, and it doesn't get any bigger than Tom Brady.
Well, good for him. You know, he needed the win, didn't he, at some stage?
Yeah, you know, that guy can't ever catch a break.
Andy Scholes with the latest on the NBA playoffs and some interesting developments in Tom Brady's post-NFL career, which will probably be in a season's time, or maybe he'll just continue playing into his 50s the way he's been going so far. Eleni, back to you.
Yeah. Alex Thomas, always good to see you. We are going to a short break and we return with Connect the World. Stay with CNN.
Live from CNN Abu Dhabi, this is Connect the World.
I'm Eleni Jarkas. I'm in for Becky Anderson. Hello and welcome to Connect the World. And we'll get to the latest on the ground in Ukraine in just a few minutes. But we start with the shooting of a journalist on assignment in the West Bank. Her network is calling it a heinous crime. Al Jazeera reporter Shireen Abu Akleh was shot in the head while covering an Israeli counter-terrorism operation in Jenin. Al Jazeera says Israeli security forces killed her. The Israel Defense Forces Chief of Staff says it is not possible at this stage to determine who was responsible. Abu Akleh's death sparked anger and condemnation around the world, and this video is from Ramallah, where her body was taken after she was killed. And I want to show you another video now, just taken after the fatal shooting, and a warning that it is disturbing. Hadass Gold is covering the story for us from Jerusalem. Hadass, you've been watching very closely the messaging that is coming through as the investigation starts to take hold. I want you to give me a sense of what we heard from the Israelis earlier today versus what we're hearing right now, and whether they've been able to give you any more indication of what happened this morning.
So the Israeli military is saying right now that their forces were operating in Jenin, as you noted, as part of a counterterrorism operation. For some context, there have been a series of attacks in Israel that have killed at least 18 people, and several of those attackers have come from the Jenin area. So the IDF said that they were in Jenin to conduct a counterterrorism operation when they say they came under fire and that they returned fire. Now, initially, the first statements that were coming out were from the IDF was specifically raised the possibility that the journalists were shot as crossfire that they said may have come from Palestinian gunmen. The Israeli military released videos that they said showed Palestinians firing indiscriminately in the area. Now, in a more recent statement from the Israeli military chief of staff, they are still saying that there is the possibility that they could have been shot by Palestinian gunfire, but they are also saying that at this stage it is not possible to determine from which shot she was hit. They are also expressing sorrow over her death, and the chief of staff said that in order to get to the truth, they have set up a special team that will clarify the facts and present them in full as soon as possible. But I want to get back to what happened to Shireen. As you noted in that disturbing video, we can see very clearly that Shireen is wearing a vest, a protective vest and helmet that clearly identifies her and her team as a member of the press. We also know that her producer, Ali Al-Samoudi, was also shot in this incident, although he is in stable condition. He actually also gave a statement about what he said happened today. I want to play that for you right now. Take a listen.
During the fire exchange, Al Jazeera journalist Ms. Shireen Abu Akleh was sadly hit and killed. The Palestinian Authority was quick to blame Israel, and the head of the authority blamed Israel with baseless accusations before any investigation. Based on preliminary data that we have, there is a viable chance that the journalist was hit by the fire of armed Palestinians. But in order to reach the truth, we must conduct a real investigation. The Palestinians are currently preventing it. Without a real investigation, we won't reach the truth.
Guys, I apologize for the confusion there. That was obviously the Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett saying that from the information that they have gathered, they think that it may be likely that Palestinian gunmen were responsible for that crossfire that killed Shireen, also saying that the Palestinians have refused to cooperate thus far, and the Israelis. But I do want to at least note that Shireen's colleagues say that not only did they identify themselves as members of the press to the Israeli military, they say that it was the Israeli army that shot at them. They also say that there was no Palestinian gunmen next to them while this incident took place. But a horrific, Eleni, unnecessary death, a journalist clearly identified as such, killed while doing her job, covering the such important stories as these military operations in the West Bank during what's been a very tense and violent few weeks here in this region. Eleni.
Yeah, an absolutely tragic end for Shireen. Thank you so very much for that insight, Hadass. Now, Israel Defense Forces spokesperson Amnon Shefler joins me now via Skype. Amnon, thank you very much for joining us. It is important to be having this conversation right now to ascertain what's happened. And I know that the IDF is now saying that it is not possible to determine which direction Shireen was shot and killed from. And this is different from the messaging we heard earlier. So is the IDF now backtracking the initial claim that it's possible she was killed by indiscriminate fire from Palestinian militants?
Thank you, Eileen, for having me. And I'm sorry that this is on this tragic event of a reporter that was killed and doing what we appreciate very much doing, covering important stories, and as we always support the freedom of press as a proud democracy. As you mentioned, and as Hadass mentioned before, we are still in the midst of the inquiry and looking to find and get to the facts and the truth and the bottom of what happened. As you mentioned, we were carrying out counterterrorism activity in the city of Jenin, where many gunmen were fighting indiscriminately. So we're definitely looking into this and looking to find the facts and get to the bottom of the truth.
Amnon, and absolutely the investigation is ongoing, and you've definitely been clear in the messaging on that, but you've also been very clear that this was not the IDF. I want you to give me a sense of the timeline. Could you provide for us, from your perspective, from the details you have at the moment, what exactly happened? And do you have any more new details that you could share with us?
So I'll start, Aline, from the, we don't know if it is or it isn't. And we don't want to rush to any kind of judgment. We don't know if it was the IDF professional fire that was aiming to hit gunmen that were shooting at the forces and hurling at them explosives, or if it was really the indiscriminate fire that was sadly all around the camp. And we saw and heard many of it in this event and also sadly in other events. To your question in the context, I wish also to go back then. As Adas mentioned, the last few weeks, we have suffered 19 murders by terrorists that mainly came from this area. And that mainly came from this area in the northern Samaria, and specifically from the city of Jenin. From our very specific intel, we know that more than 50% of the threats are actually coming from this area. And that is why we are carrying these counterterrorism activity in order to thwart these terrorist activity from going on. Last night, we entered in order to apprehend terrorists, and we were able to apprehend them eventually. And now he's being investigated. And that was the reason that brought us. And the events that unfold there, as told, were both that gunmen started shooting at the forces that returned and fired to protect their lives.
Amnon, you said something really important, and I just want a clarification here. You said you just don't know. Does this mean that you're not ruling out the possibility that it could have been IDF gunfire?
So we know quite a lot because we know what we carried out, and we can say very specifically what the soldiers were doing and what their goal, and in a very professional manner how they conducted, and mainly we can say what our values and our protocols that reflect those values are, that we only aim to hit any kind of gunmen and jihadis that are threatening us. And I'm saying to your question that we don't know yet. We're looking in the facts, and it could be either way. And again, as I mentioned before, we don't want to rush into any kind of decisions that and judgment that still we don't know to say who really brought to the death of this tragic death of Ms. Abu Akla.
I want to go back to the initial messaging, because the messaging has been that it was not or could not have been the IDF, and this is, you know, really illuminating that Shireen and her team could have been caught in the crossfire, as you say. You've released this footage, and I want to play it. It is footage that shows and illustrates, and you've said this, indiscriminate firing, which CNN has in fact been reporting on for weeks now, but you've also said that this was not near where Shireen was killed. Why release this specific video and not perhaps other evidence? And now, as you've clarified, we simply don't know yet, but you're pointing to that the IDF is innocent at this point, but indiscriminate firing is more of a probability in your mind. Have you changed your stance in terms of how you're seeing this footage?
So, Eleni, as you mentioned, we released this photo in order to show really what is happening inside this camp, the amount of fire and indiscriminate and heavy fire that is happening by these gunmen. And we're not connecting directly that this is the fire that brought to the death of Ms. Abu Akla. And that is still what we are investigating. And we never said that that is the clear connection. What we want to stand and again explain is sadly that these terrorists, these jihadists are shooting in an indiscriminate way. And this could sadly bring to the death of others, Palestinians or that are in the area.
Amnon, I want you to take a listen to what Shireen's producer, who was also shot, had to say. Listen to his view of events.
We were going in to film the army operation. Suddenly, one of them shot at us. They didn't tell us to leave. They didn't tell us to stop. They shot us. The first bullet hit me. The second bullet hit Shireen. They killed her with cold blood because they are killers specialized in the killing of Palestinians.
They are claiming Palestinians killed her.
There were no resistance groups near us. If the resistance was there, we wouldn't go to that area.
You know, he says that it wasn't resistance forces. What do you say to the fact that they were wearing, press gear, that they were very, very clearly marked as press? Is there anything you could respond to this harrowing view as an eyewitness that had to deal with it firsthand?
So I would say two things. One is that this area sadly has proven again and again that many terrorists have come from it. Sadly, the attacks in Tel Aviv, in Bnei Brak, and also just last week, the terrorists came from this area. So there's no doubt and that really this is where a lot of terrorists and a lot of jihadists are in. Now, to the second part, the Israel army and Israel as a democracy respects deeply the freedom of press, and we work with reporters as close as possible in a truthful and transparent way. And when we see reporters, of course, we will never aim to hit. On the contrary, we wish to protect them in order for them to really share the story in a truthful manner.
Many soldiers, we know, usually wear body cams and drones are used on operations like these. Have you reviewed your footage? And will you be releasing this footage?
So we're reviewing everything that we have from different sources. And as you mentioned, this includes a body camera. We just released one of those footage just a few minutes ago. And you can see in that one as well how the soldiers are acting in a professional manner, using their tools in order to really aim only at where threat is coming from these militants. And at the same time, you can hear a lot of gunfire that is happening around them. And that is what we were saying, that this area of exchange of fire, of course, is a very dangerous one. And every possibilities are open, and we're waiting really to get to the bottom of the truth of this.
But if you knew that there were press on the ground and they could have been caught in the crossfire, why then still engage in a gunfight, knowing that there could be casualties, unwanted casualties?
We try to conduct our counterterrorism actions in the most specific and accurate way. That is why many times we choose to act at night in order to refrain from any kind of danger or hurting, of course, anyone else. And that's what also this morning we tried to do. Now, if we are aware of reporters then and we're able to tell them and see them in a proper way, we definitely will never put them in harm's way. So I can't say that now the soldiers knew or were aware that there are reporters there. I can say that clearly our values and our protocols that reflect our values will never allow any kind of attacking a reporter in a direct or any way. So if we were aware of them there, then we wouldn't have put them in harm's way.
Amnon, Al Jazeera says that the IDF have been targeting reporters very quickly. What is your response to that?
I would say that it's the opposite. We are looking to work with reporters in a, as I mentioned, transparent and truthful way. That is my job, and I speak to your colleagues here on a daily basis, and I'm proud to do that. And that is why we feel the sorrow and the grief with Ms. Abu Akla's family and colleagues of this very tragic event.
So, Amnon, thank you very much for your time, and I welcome you back on the show as you get more information, specifically the body cams, the drones, and as you say, right now we just don't know. You cannot rule out what happened. We appreciate you joining us today. Thank you. Now,
Thank
as you
you,
can
Alina,
imagine, this is a hard day for many fellow journalists, and ahead I'll talk with a friend and colleague of Akle, and she'll discuss what her killing means for reporters in the region moving forward. It is, of course, a harrowing moment for all. More settlements north of Kharkiv have been retaken by Ukrainian troops, and that's the word from a top Kharkiv military official. On day 77 of Russia's war on Ukraine, video that's been geolocated by CNN shows signs of a chaotic Russian retreat. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky praised the counter-offensive.
The armed forces of our state provided us all with good news from the Kharkiv region. The occupiers are gradually being pushed away from Kharkiv. I am grateful to all our defenders who are holding the line and demonstrating truly superhuman strength to drive out the army of invaders.
The Kremlin is speaking out about Kherson in Ukraine's southern region, saying the people there should decide whether it becomes part of Russia. The new Kremlin-installed leadership of Kherson plan to make a formal request to become part of the Russian Federation, and a grim picture of the war coming from America's top spy master. Avril Haines says she believes a more dangerous period is ahead. And for weeks, Ukrainian fighters have fought the Russian military to a standstill, defended their capital and forced a retreat in the north. But what makes this David and Goliath battle even more remarkable are the Ukrainian conscripts and volunteers. Just a couple of months ago, they were regular people on regular jobs. CNN's Sam Kiley spoke to volunteers on the front lines in eastern Ukraine.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a bunny.
Yeah.
Bunny the tank.
Yeah, so it's Bunny the tank.
He's got quite a carrot.
Yeah.
Bunny's got a very big stick. This T-80 tank was built 2 years ago and was, until March, in the vanguard of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
So down below you see an autoloader. It's also slightly modernized to shoot more like advanced and like better rounds. It can shoot guided missiles.
Alex was on a sniper team when he discovered Bunny, stuck and abandoned in a field in March, 8 days into Russia's assault. Within days, the tank was back in action against Russians.
This is like my personal tank. I'm tank commander and tank owner.
In March, he says the tank destroyed 24 Russian vehicles and 2 tanks.
We fight in like near Izum. So here we already destroyed 3 or 4 enemy tanks. Like we have 3 confirmed and 4 is like not fully confirmed that it was our kill.
That was in the previous couple of days when Russian forces tried to break through Ukraine's lines in the bitter battle for the east.
Showing like the thermal side.
Alex isn't a professional soldier. He's a software engineer who lived in the now smashed IT hub of Kharkiv. His home has been destroyed. Bunny's being serviced as the battle rages a few miles away. Burning fields encroach on the tank's hideout. The front line in Ukraine is hundreds of miles long.
For many Ukrainian soldiers on this front line, there's a sense that perhaps the Russians haven't yet brought their full destructive power to bear. But they expect to find out this week.
Russia's artillery is relentless, and Putin's tanks are massing. This army of volunteers is expecting a hard Russian push. Anna's 22. She's been a soldier for a month, and now she's a driver in a reconnaissance unit.
There is a lot of opportunities to be killed.
She just graduated from university.
The thing that makes me the angriest is raped children and women.
Is that something that you're afraid of happening to you?
I can't say that I'm afraid of something like that. I'm afraid to be not useful for my country, for my people.
This is what being useful here means: killing Russians. Russians Anna's age. But this is a war thrust upon Ukrainians. Anna works with Vlad, a poet, author, publisher and war vet.
Reconnaissance is a highly dangerous work. Have you lost many comrades, friends?
Vlad said, since 2014, so many of my friends, people I knew, comrades, have died. So far, the people I came with since the beginning of the latest invasion have not died, and I'm very happy. It's cool. These people are still fighting. They're already in charge of units. It's awesome. The best of the best are here. His books are dark fantasies set in this war with Russia. an all too rich source of material. Sam Kiley, CNN, Eastern Ukraine.
We've got Scott McLean joining us live from Lviv right now with an update. Look, Kharkiv seems to be where movement is today in Ukraine, and of course in those settlements around Kharkiv, where we're hearing that Ukrainian troops have once again gained ground. How significant is this?
Well, it's one of the bright spots for sure for the Ukrainians. Keep in mind, Eleni, that in some parts of this front line that's a few hundred miles long, as Sam pointed out in his piece there, in some parts of this front line, you have the Ukrainians saying that they're outnumbered by 10 to 1. Obviously a very different story in the Kharkiv region, where the city itself has been quite quiet in recent days, the Ukrainians say, but it's the towns and villages around it where they've been able to make some progress. In fact, in some areas they say that soldiers from the Azov regiment, one of the fiercest fighting forces within the Ukrainian military, they're just a few kilometers from the border. And that's where the Ukrainians say that Russian troops have actually started to build up troops on the other side, on the Russian side of the border, in anticipation that the Ukrainians might actually at some point reach that border. You showed that video earlier of those vehicles partially submerged, the result of a pretty quick escape attempt from the Russians, a retreat attempt, when the Ukrainians were able to take out a bridge there. The local officials say, look, it is still far too early to be thinking about civilians coming back to some of these recaptured towns and villages, though, because of course they are still very much within artillery range. And then we saw just the other day the discovery of a failed evacuation convoy. The Ukrainians say that there were 15 vehicles involved. Many of them were found riddled with bullet holes, some burned out, and of course 4 people were killed, including a 13-year-old girl. And so that is why they say civilians ought to stay away for the time being, at least.
Yeah. All right, Scott McLean, thank you so very much for that update. Now, Germany is telling the world its gas supply is secure, and that's after Ukraine suspended some of its Russian gas exports to Europe. Kyiv had been able to keep transporting the fuel through the country, even with ongoing shelling from Russian forces. But now Ukrainian gas officials say it's, quote, impossible to fulfill obligations to European partners. And they point to interruptions at key transit points. CNN's Anna Stewart is covering this for us. Anna, really good to see you. Here's the thing, we are seeing, key infrastructure being targeted, and this interruption isn't exactly a surprise, but the question is just what it will mean for supply into Europe. Do we know what it will mean?
It's almost a surprise, isn't it, that there hasn't been more disruption actually through the gas that transits through Ukraine to Europe already, given the situation. Now, this current dispute regards a particular transit point in Ukraine, and we can bring up a map to show you where it is. It's called Strukaniva, and it's in the Luhansk region, which of course is Russian-controlled. And the allegation from Ukraine is that there has been Russian interference with this gas transit point. They say some gas has been diverted, and this poses security and stability issues for the whole country's gas grid network. So they are suspending that particular transit point. It accounts for around 8% of Europe's gas from Russia, so it is quite significant, around a third of all the gas that Russia puts through Ukraine to get to Europe. And there is, Gazprom firstly say there has been no interference. They do not agree with that assessment at all. Ukraine's trying to get them to bring that gas through a different transit point, which is slightly further west to that one. Russia's Gazprom say that is not possible. In fact, technically impossible, they say. There's a lot being disputed here. At the end of the day, it does mean right now less gas is reaching Europe from Russia. We're not seeing necessarily any countries being badly impacted yet, but it could mean it's harder to fill up those gas storage facilities that the EU is very keen to fill, so they can wean themselves off Russian gas and insulate them from any further disruption down the line. Eleni?
And of course, that is going to take some time, right, to wean themselves off Russian gas. Hungary has been particularly vocal about the economic impact on that country. And also when it came up as, in the 6th round of sanctions, what to do with oil embargoes, what to do with gas down the line, how long that will take. Hungary is saying, well, look, we're not ready.
Yeah, so last week the EU Commission made this big proposal. It set out a plan to ban Russian oil from Europe. It's not as reliant on Russian oil as it is on gas, but it's still a big deal, particularly for some of the landlocked countries like Hungary, who would find it very hard to get oil from elsewhere. Now, you spoke to the spokesperson of the Hungarian government last week. They made it very clear what their position was then. There has been plenty of horse trading, but take a look at the comment we've had today from a Facebook video from the foreign minister saying, "We have made it clear to the European Commission that we can only vote for this proposal if Brussels offers a solution for the problems Brussels would create." Note, Russia is not in there actually at all. He also described it as an atomic bomb to the economy. Now, as far as we are aware, negotiations have included money for infrastructure in countries like Hungary to try and make it easier to get oil from other sources into the country. We believe lengthy delays have been discussed as well, so they have a much longer deadline to rid themselves of Russian oil. But clearly that is not pleasing some of the countries like Hungary, and this proposal does not look like it's going to get approved anytime soon. Eleni?
Anna Stewart, good to see you. Thank you so much. Right, coming up, China defends what it's doing to keep COVID from spreading after the WHO Director General says China's COVID response is unsustainable and shot and killed while doing her job. We will talk with a colleague of slain Al Jazeera correspondent Shireen Abu Akleh about her contributions and what her death might mean to reporting in the Middle East. Welcome back, and we want to get you up to speed on some other stories from around the world. In the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos Jr. is claiming victory in the country's presidential elections. The unofficial poll results show he won with a historic majority. But as Ivan Watson reports, Marcos Jr., the son of a former ousted dictator, is calling on the world to disregard his family's controversial past.
Judge me not by my ancestors, but by my actions. Those are the final words of a short statement declaring victory coming from the presumptive winner of the presidential elections that were held in the Philippines on Monday, and that assumed winner is Ferdinand Marcos Jr., known by his nickname Bong Bong. A statement released by his spokesperson declaring victory in that election. The preliminary results show a massive lead, more than twice the votes of the presumptive second place candidate in the election. And Bong Bong is, of course, the son of the ousted former dictator of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos Sr., who was forced to flee the country in 1986 in the face of a people power movement, had ruled under martial law for nearly a decade, had an atrocious human rights record, and is still being investigated for the alleged embezzlement of up to $10 billion worth of government and Philippines assets. Now, Bong Bong ran under somewhat of a nostalgia ticket with the slogan, "Rise Again." He was very short on details about his platform, but his campaign message appeared to have worked. He does seem to be on the verge of winning a much bigger electoral mandate than any other presidential candidate has really seen in generations. Now, the presumptive second place candidate still has not conceded defeat, is going to hold a rally on Friday thanking her supporters. There are concerns and protests about voting machines that did not function properly during the election. However, the U.S. State Department spokesperson has gone on record saying that there does not seem to have been serious problems with this election, that it was conducted in line with international standards. Ivan Watson, CNN, Hong Kong.
Sri Lanka also in a political transition, one consumed by violence. The country has extended its curfew until Thursday morning local time. And here you see troops moving into the capital. The government has ordered them to shoot on sight anyone found damaging state property or assaulting officials. Protesters have burned down the homes of 38 politicians. It is the latest in a month of civil unrest leading up to the resignation of the Prime Minister this week. At least 9 people have died in clashes since Monday. Over in China, authorities are reporting a one-day drop in the number of COVID cases. The country saw more than 1,800 COVID cases on Tuesday, about half of the previous day. But a new study shows China would see more than 1.5 million Omicron deaths if it eases its zero COVID policy. The same restrictions the WHO chief says are not feasible.
When we talk about the zero COVID strategy, we don't think that it's sustainable considering the behavior of the virus now and what we anticipate in the future.
There is a new warning today from U.S. intelligence officials, and they believe China is actively attempting to build a military capable of taking over Taiwan within the next 8 years. Those U.S. intelligence officials say the West's response to the war in Ukraine could impact China's timeline and approach to Taiwan. Will Ripley is monitoring the situation live from the Taiwanese capital, Taipei. Look, really fascinating story here, and that was the big risk, that it would embolden other countries to want to take over sort of their prized possessions. That is the impact, they say, of the Russian war in Ukraine. But what more do we know about this military buildup?
Well, look, it's no secret that China has been massively growing its military, and they remind the island of Taiwan of that on a regular basis when they fly planes and sail ships right near this island, which has its own government and its own military, albeit with a 17 times smaller defense budget than the mainland. But China doesn't acknowledge the government here. They say that this is, their territory. They've been saying that for more than 70 years, since the end of the Civil War. But the communist leaders in Beijing actually never ruled this island, but they have all wanted to take it back. It's been a stated goal of every single communist leader in China, and President Xi Jinping is the first who may have an army big enough to do it, is what the United States says, possibly within the decade. So what is Taiwan's biggest defense? Experts say it's not the military, it's soft power, technology. Take a look. Taiwan's first line of defense from a Chinese invasion. Billions spent on missiles. new warships and submarines, an upgraded fleet of fighter jets, expanded training for reserve soldiers, all of it dwarfed by the mainland's massive military. China's defense budget, 17 times bigger than Taiwan. Experts say the island's best defense, its biggest weapon against China, is technology so small you need a microscope. Super tiny, super powerful semiconductors. This tiny tech powers products you probably use every day. Taiwan produces about 70% of the world's semiconductor chips, most of them made by TSMC, Asia's most valuable company, making chips for companies around the world like Apple and Intel. Experts warn any disruption to Taiwan's chip supply could paralyze global production, impacting almost everyone.
People like to say, well, Taiwan should be defended by virtue of it being a democracy. This is oftentimes too abstract. If there is war or invasion in the Taiwan Strait, and immediately the price of computers would increase, your cell phones would become more expensive. It helps people make that self-serving but emotional connection with a society that otherwise would be abstract to them.
Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine is raising questions about the future of Taiwan, a self-governing democracy, claimed but never controlled by Beijing's communist rulers. But what makes Taiwan different from Ukraine, right, is the economic leverage.
Taiwan is much more relevant to the global economy than Ukraine. That is true.
Even China relies on chips from Taiwan. More than 50% of the island's exports to the mainland, semiconductors. China is Taiwan's top trading partner. So what does it mean economically for Taiwan and China if there was some sort of conflict to break out?
It will be disastrous, not only for Taiwan, not only for China, but also for the US and EU and everybody.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has vowed to reunify with Taiwan at any cost. Taiwan's chip industry could make the cost of any invasion far too steep. Semiconductors made here in Taiwan are even providing crucial components for weapons, so it is literally a matter of national security for many countries around the world. Any disruption in the supply chain could lead to delays, for example, more than a year to wait for a new cell phone or even longer for a laptop. But that is in the short term. In the medium and long term, other countries are trying to develop their own semiconductor factories, which are hugely expensive and difficult to maintain because they just don't want to have to rely so heavily on Taiwan, but it's going to take them quite a long time to catch up. And in the meantime, Taiwan says they want to continue to stay competitive in the tech sector, but also, Eleni, grow their military and evolve their military model to try to defend against a potential invasion if it were to happen down the road.
Brilliant report. Thank you so much. Well, great to see you. We're going to a very short break and we'll be back right after this. Stay with CNN. More now on the tragic death of Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, who was shot while covering an Israeli raid in the West Bank. The Israeli military says it is not possible yet to determine who killed her. They say they can't discern which shot hit her. Earlier, they had said Palestinian militants were possibly responsible for her death. A short time ago, I talked with an IDF spokesperson. Take a listen.
We don't want to rush to any kind of judgment. We don't know if it was the IDF professional fire that was aiming to hit gunmen that were shooting at the forces and hurling at them explosives, or if it was really the indiscriminate fire that was sadly all around the camp. And we saw and heard many of it in this event and also sadly in other events.
The network, however, says Abu Akleh was killed, quote, by Israeli occupation forces in the occupied West Bank, and they point out she had worked for Al Jazeera since 1997. That newsroom today filled with shock and grief. Take a listen to one of her co-workers, correspondent Nida Ibrahim.
We're here in Al Jazeera's offices in Ramallah, where if you can see the colleagues of Shireen are gathering. There are journalists also here coming. Everyone is looking at this video that shows the last moments of her life.
Nida, one can understand, forgive me for interrupting you, one can understand, because we have heard from Stephanie how tightly knit these teams can be, how much like a family these teams on the ground can be. Try, if you can, just talk to us what kind of impact this is having on the team.
I think the pictures are speaking for themselves, right, Rob?
Nida now joins us from Ramallah in the West Bank. Nida, I have to say, watching that video of you and your co-workers and the pain in your faces, it's really hard to watch, and condolences to you and your team. I want you to describe Shireen to us. I mean, we've just said that she's worked for Al Jazeera since 1997.
Shireen is a kind soul, someone who's smiling, someone who's fun to work with. We've been covering the events unfolding in Jenin, where she tragically died this morning, or I should say killed. And when we were going out together covering, we used to stay in one team. I'm covering for the English channel. She's covering for the Arabic channel. We're always together, making sure the teams are safe. She's someone who's very, very known here in Palestine. People know her by name, and whenever we go report to any place, they would say, oh, you know, Shireen, we know her. She covered this story. She covered that story. She was focused on the human element and bringing the features and the human stories beyond the numbers of how many people were killed or how many houses demolished. We want to know the story behind those attacks, those violations. So she would bring us that story. And I want to say that no matter how known she was, how she's became some sort of a celebrity here, for lack of other celebrities here in Palestine, but also at the same time, she's humble, she's kind, she's eager to learn. She was showing us in the past few weeks that she's advancing and learning the Hebrew language. She was trying to read to us the Israeli newspapers, what they've published about the events that have been happening in Jenin, and in Jenin also refugee camp where the Israeli forces have intensified their raids. She's someone who has also been proud to have graduated recently with a diploma from Bir Zayt University here near Ramallah. She studied new media. She was very excited to show us that she had videos compiled on a mobile phone, and she wanted to produce a whole video on the mobile phone. She was showing us, she was saying, this is a new world to me. She's been a journalist for more than 25 years, covering the events with the traditional media, traditional journalism. But now she was gearing up to join the changes in journalism. She wants to be a part of social media and part of the changing dynamics of telling the story. This is not someone who was done with life. She was
I mean, look,
kind soul,
your description of her, it is. I mean, you're describing a dynamic, a very brave person who was so committed to the story. And you mentioned something that really struck me, that she was almost like a celebrity, right? And the stories that she told, the harsh stories that she told. She was sort of a mainstay in homes across the Arab world who were so accustomed to watching her reports. They relied on her for important reports in some of the most dangerous of areas. How do you think it's going to be impacting people that have been watching her for such a long time?
There's so much pain, so much pain. People who didn't know her personally, like, for example, my mother, who never met her personally, she was telling me that she's been crying since the morning, since she heard the news. So you can imagine in every Palestinian home, there is someone who knows. Let's not forget that when Al Jazeera, and mainly Al Jazeera Arabic, started, they've covered the Palestinian story in a way that no other international media has covered before. So they were having rolling coverage from different cities, from the occupied West Bank, when the Israelis invaded the towns and the cities of Palestinians during the Second Palestinian Intifada. She was there, she and her other colleagues, to the extent that when I went to study journalism, the professor has asked us, why are you choosing this profession? And many of the answers were, oh, we've seen Jibar al-Budairi, Shireen Abu Aqle, Walid al-Umari. Those are Al Jazeera celebrities. The people knew them because they carried the story out to the world in a way that hasn't been done before. We don't have a film industry. We don't have movies. So we don't have superstars. And for Palestinians, the fact that these journalists were telling their story, it made them raised to a level that they become the celebrities.
It's so painful to hear, you know, and really difficult for journalists to listen to what you're saying, because she played such a vital role, right? She was such a pioneer. I know that it's still raw. I know that it's still so painful, but how is it going to impact you and your team's ability to cover stories specifically in the West Bank? And how do you think it's going to impact Al Jazeera as a whole?
The short answer is I don't know. I don't know if we are going to be able to cover the stories. I'm talking about myself. I'm not sure if I'm going to enter the Jenin refugee camp with the same mentality that I'm relatively safe. I've heard someone tell me today that they've been covering next to Shireen Abu Aqle in East Jerusalem last year, and they were telling me that I felt that his name was Jalal. He was saying, I felt that I was safe because I was next to Shireen. So it's hard for us to still absorb all of these emotions. Of course, we're going to be more scared. Of course, we're going to be more afraid. And I've been hearing journalists telling me today that, Nida, don't you think that's the reason why she has been targeted? The reason why she's been shot? So all of us could start fearing for our lives when covering the story. Now, this is not to say that these violations are new. 55 Palestinians have lost their lives by Israeli forces fire in the past years. So it's not something that just happened today. It's a reminder that Palestinian journalists are not safe just because they're marked press. They're part and parcel of their people's struggle and pain under the military occupation. So you have people who are saying, you know what, we're not safe as human beings, as Palestinians to begin with. So it's not just that journalist makes you under the risk more. Of course, we go and cover, we are on the front lines, but still some people view this not just as a job, but as a mission to tell the stories that are usually untold. People fear from Israel's criticism. So you see that there are some attacks kind of cover story with the balances, but no, we have a case where a journalist has been shot by Israeli forces fire, and we've been seeing videos circulating suggesting that she's been shot at this location by Palestinian fighters fire. No, this didn't happen, because what we know for sure is that she was standing in a different location than those videos. And we've seen that documented by the Israeli human rights organization of Bet Salem.
And it's an investigation, Nida, that is absolutely ongoing. And in fact, we had an in-depth interview about this, and we are going to continue asking those tough questions in terms of exactly what happened. And I know you will, and you and your team are going to be thinking very closely about her legacy and continuing that. Condolences to you and your team, of course, and may she be remembered.
And we want
Thank you so much. We're going to a very short break,
journalists to
and
carry
we'll
her
see you
story to
after
the world.
this. Stay with CNN. Tonight, for our parting shots, we want to pay a special tribute to journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, killed on the job today in the West Bank. While the details of her death are still murky, the legacy she leaves behind is resoundingly clear. Many grew up watching Shireen's reporting on the Second Intifada, and she was the voice of so many. And they turned to her for clarity, and that was her mission as a journalist.
It may not be easy to change reality, but at least I've been able to share that Palestinian voice to the world. I am Shireen Abu Akleh.
Now, over the last 2 decades, many in the region of the Middle East say there were few who narrated the Palestinian experience in real time more powerfully than she did. Her dispatches resonated empathy and courage across the Arab street, and she was a trailblazer who built a reputation as a household name in an era when Arab women were rarely heard reporting from conflict zones. Shireen was a beloved icon. With her death, it's a terrible loss to journalism across the board. Our deepest condolences go to her family and her friends. And thank you so much for joining us. That was Connect the World.
Hello, I'm Linda Kincaid at CNN's World Headquarters in Atlanta, and this is One World. We begin with conflicting accounts of what's happening in Ukraine's Donbas region and a warning from the US that the fighting will likely escalate and become even more unpredictable. Kyiv is claiming some significant battlefield victories in the northeast of the country. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says government troops have pushed Kremlin forces out of 4 villages near the city of Kharkiv, forcing them to move back towards the Russian border. And one senior official says Moscow is, quote, very worried about counterattacks in the area. But Russia continues to pummel towns and villages across the east. Ukraine's Ministry of Defense acknowledges that Moscow is increasing the pace of its strategic offensive. And the Kremlin says its forces have advanced to the border between Donetsk and Luhansk. A top US intelligence official, meanwhile, warns that Vladimir Putin is prepared for a drawn-out conflict, and his military goals go well beyond the Donbas region. Russia insists it does not want an all-out war.
If you are concerned about the prospect of war in Europe, we absolutely do not want this. But I draw your attention to the fact that the West constantly insists that Russia must be defeated in this situation. Draw your own conclusions.
CNN's Scott McLean joins us now live from Lviv. Good to see you, Scott. So the Ukrainian president says its forces are pushing Russians back away from Ukraine's second largest city, the city of Kharkiv. Tell us more.
Yeah, so they actually say that the city itself has been rather quiet over the last few days. The real action has been taking place in the towns and villages around it. In some places, they actually say that the Ukrainians have taken back so many of the villages and towns that they are actually just within a few kilometers of the Russian border, where they say that the Russians are redeploying troops on the Russian side in anticipation of the Ukrainians actually reaching that border. And we've also seen some video from earlier this month that shows some evidence of perhaps some hasty withdrawals on the part of the Russians just trying to get out of that region when the Ukrainians hit a bridge. Now, in terms of civilians, they say it is far too early for them to start going back to these places because, of course, many of these towns and villages still very much within artillery range, that artillery even still in range of the city in most cases as well. We've also seen evidence that civilian evacuation convoy, a civilian evacuation convoy. We saw evidence of it come to light last week where cars were riddled with bullet holes and there were 4 bodies, we're told, that were discovered. And so clearly there's still a lot of fighting to be done in that region, but it's one of the rare bright spots for the Ukrainians where they say that on some parts of the front line, which really hasn't moved that much in recent weeks, they say that in some parts of the front line they're outnumbered 10-1 in terms of manpower with the Russians, Linda.
But it is almost 3 months into this war, Scott, and Russia is making gains in the east between Donetsk and Luhansk, 2 Russian-speaking provinces, which have been at war with Ukraine since 2014.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, this is the real question, is what exactly does Russia want out of this? The sort of governor of the self-declared Donetsk People's Republic just announced that, look, they only want to have the territorial boundaries of the Donetsk Oblast and no more than that. But Russia, it seems clear that they're interested in taking other parts of the country as well. You could just have to look at the map and see along the south. You could see Kherson there over to the south and the west. This is a region that sits directly north of Crimea, which was annexed back in 2014. And in Kherson, we're seeing that local officials there, these Kremlin-appointed officials, are actually trying to skip the referendum and go straight to joining Russia, where they say that the local residents will be allowed to get Russian passports and be eligible for Russian citizenship. And the Kremlin is very much in favor of this as well. They say that it needs to be done legitimately, but Kremlin not exactly calling for a referendum either.
Yeah, and we are going to discuss that more further in the show. Scott McLean for us in Lviv. Good to have you with us. Thanks so much. Well, intense fighting is also taking place in southern Ukraine as Russia attempts to control the coastline and cut off Ukraine's access to the Black Sea. In the Kherson region, as Scott was just mentioning, government forces have retaken a crucial village that was under Moscow's control for weeks. But as CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh reports, the battle is not over and life in this small town will never be the same.
racing under the tree line, changing their path every time, with Russian troops often just meters away. This is the fight for Ukraine's most important riverbank, and this is the place where Moscow's brutal advance has been stopped. Russco was held by Russian troops for weeks, but now the Russians shell where they once hid and probe the outskirts daily. Vladimir and his men have been alert since 4 a.m, fearing a Russian attack and more of the cluster bombs they say tore down this tree. So they're about 2 kilometers away in that direction, he says. And so occasionally they get what Russians call diversionary groups, which are kind of scouting groups that try and probe their defences, but so far he says they've been successful fighting them. Fresh flowers laid at the monument to the last war's dead, but broken glass here where this war's living shelter. Faces that seem beyond caring who is in control. And dust that makes you wonder who will come back if it ever gets normal again. In these endless idyllic villages, it bends belief to see the quiet life forced underground like this. It's saying that the rocket landed during lunchtime and there was nobody in there. 40, 50 people have been at one point. You'll see the rooms they're living in. But it is not an easy job taking back these villages. Loyalties have evaporated in some cases. The troops say they found traitors here, but lack evidence to prosecute, citing one case. There's a guy on the phone here. There's a guy on the phone. And now, a local on the phone is reason for suspicion. Russian troops came to one man's home, he says, and offered to make him a local leader. It's not at all simple. He was the local mayor for them. That's why they never touched him. And there's also a former Russian colonel living here. They say they have reason to know they're being watched. I'll only say that when we first came here, he says, it was in the morning, when there was a fog and it was impossible to see us, but the Russians shot at us, which means someone gave us up. As we emerge, a puff of smoke in the sky, an explosive or a flare. 2 blasts, leading them to think the cluster bombs may follow again. Vladimir stays in place. The back and forth persists for places that cease to exist in the fight for them. Nick Payton-Walsh, CNN, Russco-ukrainskaya, Ukraine.
Well, Ukraine is a major transit route for Russian natural gas on its way to Europe. That is until now. The country has suspended operations at a key station, affecting about a third of Russian gas flowing through Ukraine to Europe. And it blamed interference from Russian occupying forces. Europe also receives gas via other routes, and one analyst said European countries were not likely to feel an immediate impact from this shortfall. Our Anna Stewart joins us now from London with more on this. So, Anna, this is the first time in this war that gas going through Ukraine has been suspended. It's not going through Europe right now through that key point, and Ukraine is blaming Russia for it.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest transit points in Ukraine. It carries around a third of the Russian gas that goes through Ukraine and into Europe. And Ukraine's gas grid operator has accused Russian forces in the Luhansk region of interfering with it. We can show you where it is. You'll see it on the west of the country, the east of the country. Stokyanivka is what it's called, and this is why they have suspended it. Now, we've actually just had a briefing from Naftogaz in the last hour. That's the Ukrainian gas operator, and the chairman says it's very hard to know how much gas they believe was diverted, given they're not in control of it, but they think roughly it would value around $30 million a day. Now, they say the interference at this transit point endangers the security and the stability of the grid network across Ukraine. That is why they've suspended it. Now, Gazprom in Russia denies any interference here in the transit point at all. They say that gas has flown through there. They've had no complaints from customers. Ukraine would like Gazprom to redivert gas to another transit point they have further in the west. Gazprom says that's not possible. They say it is, and that is where we stay today. So right now, gas prices in Europe are higher, so is oil, as everyone tries to absorb what this means and whether this means that there is a large amount of gas now off the table, and for how long.
Yeah, exactly. That is the big question. All right, we will catch up with you a little bit later today. Anna Stewart, thanks so much. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is expressing thanks after the U.S. House passed a giant aid bill on Tuesday night. The $40 billion package will deliver humanitarian aid and military aid to Ukraine. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer says the Senate will now move quickly to get the measure passed there and sent to President Biden's desk. And that military aid will be much needed as this war stretches on. In fact, the top U.S. spy chief doesn't see the war ending anytime soon. She believes that Putin is becoming more unpredictable and that a more dangerous period is ahead of us.
Putin faces a mismatch between his ambitions and Russia's current conventional military capabilities, likely means the next few months could see us moving along a more unpredictable and potentially escalatory trajectory.
Well, Katie Bo-Lillis joins us from Washington with a closer look at this ominous prediction. So, Katie, this war is now in its 11th week, showing no sign of ending. And now, as we've just heard from this top intelligence lawmaker, warning that Putin intends to expand the offensive and this war could become more unpredictable.
Yes, exactly. A bit of a grim assessment from the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, testifying before Congress yesterday, telling lawmakers that one of the reasons that the intelligence community anticipates that the next few months are going to be potentially escalatory, in her words, and difficult to predict is because, as you have just heard her say, the intelligence community believes that there is a mismatch in between Putin's ambitions for Ukraine, what he would like to achieve, and his actual conventional military abilities, his capability to get those ambitions realized. So as Haines explained in this hearing yesterday, the intelligence community believes that while there are indications that, for example, Putin would like to extend a land bridge all the way around the southern bight of the country up to Transnistria in Moldova, without a full-blown mobilization in Russia, it's unlikely that he's going to actually be able to do that. And because of that mismatch, intelligence officials believe that there's likely to be more ad hoc decision-making, again, their words, coming out of the Kremlin. It's worth listening to how Director Haines described the potential outcome of that decision-making looking like in real time. Take a listen.
And the current trend increases the likelihood that President Putin will turn to more drastic means, including imposing martial law, reorienting industrial production, or potentially escalatory military actions to free up the resources needed to achieve his objectives as the conflict drags on, or if he perceives Russia is losing in Ukraine.
Really interesting here to hear the Director of National Intelligence really kind of drawing some limitations around what the United States is going to be able to predict here, really suggesting that there are limitations to how much the intelligence community is going to be able to anticipate Putin's next move in this coming months of war.
Yeah, and they certainly have up until this point been bang on in terms of their predictions. Katie Bo-Lillis, good to have you with us from DC. Thank you. Well, the Kremlin says it's up to residents living in Kherson in southern Ukraine if they want to become part of Russia. Earlier, Russian media quoted one of Moscow's newly installed leaders in the occupied region as saying that the administration will request annexation from Vladimir Putin. Kherson has been under Russian control since early March, and Ukrainian officials say residents are being harassed and blocked from leaving. Life is getting increasingly hard for those who live there. In Ukrainian chain stores, shelves are empty. Groceries and medicine are in short supply. And Russia is blocking all roads entering and exiting the port city, so Ukrainian goods aren't allowed in. Prices on food staples have doubled, and Russian products are now being sold. And it's not just about physical deprivation. My next guest says it's psychologically difficult to live each day under the silent pressure of people with machine guns. She has requested that we use the name Tenya for her safety. and she's wearing a face mask to help conceal her identity. Thanks so much for joining us. We know you've been in Kherson for the last 11 weeks of this war. How are you holding up, especially physically, psychologically, living under Russian occupation?
Thank you for your question. It's really a great question. Why? Because it's very hard to live in such conditions physically, because you cannot do things that you've done to the war, before the war. You can go out as much, you can breathe by fresh air, so it's hard physically. And psychologically, it's even more harder because you see all those empty shelves in the stores, you see all those armed people going out to just walk by the street, and it's terrifying because they're all around the city. So it's hard.
So Tanya, what is it like when you see Russian soldiers? What sort of interaction is there?
I have no interactions with them. I'm afraid of them. I'm terrified when I see them because they walking not just one by one, they're walking by a group of people, which is supplied by the guns. So I don't have any willing to interact with them.
New Russian installed leaders in Kherson says the people will have to decide if they want to be part of the Russian Federation. The Kremlin press secretary has said that it will face annexation, he says, legitimately, as it was with Crimea. What's your response to that?
How to not cuss in this situation? First of all, this leader is a well-known separatist. He have some problem with his head, probably. I don't know any person who would like to join the Crimea like the part of Russian Federation. I don't know any person in Kherson, just talking on the street with them, they don't want to be part of Russian Federation. They see what they've done. Russia can't even handle herself, handle her country from, I don't know, from bad things, and coming here to make here something good. That sounds like a joke to me.
So you're saying no one that you know in Kherson wants to join the Russian Federation. And no. I understand you want to leave the city, but you're fearful about what an escape could look like.
I know that escaping from the city is hard because there is no corridors, official corridors to leave the city, so people leave it by their own risk. So what do I? Because I'm tired of being here. It's very stressful for me, and I'm devastated just every day going out, coming back home. I'm devastated. And I know a lot of my friends actually left the city, and from their stories, I know that it's very hard because there are such points, approximately to 40 to 50 points where Russians standing and they checking out your car, your things, your phone. They asking men to go out and to check them on tattoos on their bodies. So I know it would be hard, but I think it's worth it.
Kherson was a city of some 280,000 people. Is there any indication about how many people have left in terms of what you see on the streets? Do you know if the train station is still operating? Is it an option for people who want to leave?
Train station hasn't worked since first day. It was actually ruined by Russians. They just for fun were shooting in the windows. And then they made our railway station as their camp. I sent a video which shows how they treat themselves, not ours, not Ukrainians, but themselves. They steal everything, they ruin everything. So it's very hard to live by railway because it don't work. I know from our officials that 45% of people left our city. And I see this because going out after 15 p.m., after 3 p.m. You don't see much people around. It's look like zombie apocalypse. There's nobody here. In the morning, yes, there are a lot of people, but now I see that our city just slowly dying, fortunately.
Well, you are very brave, and we really appreciate you sharing your time with us and giving us this perspective of what it's like to live under Russian occupation. I hope you stay safe, and we wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
You too. Well, still to come, an Al Jazeera journalist is shot and killed in the West Bank. We'll tell you who the network holds responsible and how authorities are responding. Welcome back. Al Jazeera is accusing Israeli forces of killing one of its journalists in the West Bank. The broadcaster says Shireen Abu Akleh, a veteran Palestinian-American journalist, was deliberately shot while covering an Israeli military operation. It released video of the aftermath, which, we need to warn you, contains disturbing content. It appears to show Abu Akleh on the ground as gunfire is heard in the background. Her producer, who was also shot but survived, says Israeli forces fired at them when they arrived on the scene.
We were going in to film the army operation. Suddenly, one of them shot at us. They didn't tell us to leave. They didn't tell us to stop. They shot us. The first bullet hit me. The second bullet hit Shireen. They killed her with cold blood because they are killers specialized in the killing of Palestinians.
They are claiming Palestinians killed her.
There were no resistance groups near us. If the resistance was there, we wouldn't go to that area.
Well, earlier, the Israel Defense Forces said that armed Palestinians possibly shot Abu Akleh, but now it says it's not possible to determine where the shots came from. CNN's Hadis Gold joins us from Jerusalem with more on this. And Hadis, just bring us up to speed with what you're learning about what may have taken place here.
So as we saw from some of these videos, we see Shireen Abu Akleh, as you noted, a veteran correspondent for Al Jazeera, so well known around the world and to us, to the journalist community here. We all knew her. We reported alongside her. We see from the video, that disturbing video in the aftermath, that she was shot, where she was very clearly wearing a press vest, that protective vest and helmet that says press across the chest. And as you noted, her producer says that they were shot by Israeli security forces, and Al Jazeera is directly blaming Israeli security forces. Now, to provide some context for why the Al Jazeera reporters were in Jenin covering this operation, the Israeli military has been focusing on Jenin, on raids there, on, they say, conducting counterterrorism operations there in response to a series of attacks that have targeted Israelis that have killed 18 people in recent weeks. And several of those attackers came from the Jenin area. So it's been a very active place for Israeli military operations. That's why the journalists were there. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces are saying that while they were conducting this operation, they came under heavy fire and that they returned fire. Now, as you noted, initially they said that they were investigating the possibility that Shireen and her producer were shot by crossfire, shot by Palestinians. Now we've heard recently from the international spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces, while they're not completely discounting the possibility of that crossfire, take a listen to what they just told our Elaine Giocas just in the past few hours.
We don't know yet. We're looking in the facts, and it could be either way. And again, as I mentioned before, we don't want to rush into any kind of decisions that and judgment that still we don't know to say who really brought to the death of this tragic death of Ms. Abu Akla.
Now, the Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who also earlier brought up the possibility of Shireen being caught in the crossfire from Palestinian militants, said that they have called on the Palestinians to conduct a joint pathological analysis and investigation. Naftali Bennett, the Prime Minister, claims that so far the Palestinians have refused this offer. Linda.
And Hadas, Shireen Abu Akla was, as you say, a very well-known journalist in the region. This is a huge loss. What more can you tell us about Shireen, and do you have any update on the other journalist who was injured?
Well, Shireen was a longtime correspondent, and for many people, many viewers of Al Jazeera, especially in this area, they say that they just remember hearing her voice in their homes seemingly all day long as she reported on all of the major events that have happened in this region, especially the Israeli-Palestinian conflict over the past few decades. She has been with Al Jazeera for a very long time. She's a very well-recognized person, and as we're seeing the outpouring of grief and just the amount of people who have been coming to her home, coming to the Al Jazeera offices in Ramallah, also coming out in these sort of symbolic funerals. They've been carrying her body wrapped in the Palestinian flag. At one point, they carried her body with her press vest with her through the streets of Jenin, of Ramallah. You could just see it seemed like thousands of people came out to honor her. We are also hearing statements from the White House, from the UN, all calling for investigation and mourning her loss. Now, we did hear from her producer. He was shot in the back, but he is in stable condition. We could see that he was at least in a good enough condition to be able to make that statement on camera. But just such a horrific, tragic thing to happen today. Journalists who were very clearly marked as journalists, losing their life while just doing their job, while trying to bring the story to all of us. Linda.
Yeah, our condolences with the family of Shireen Abu Akla. Our thanks to you, Hadas Gold. We will stay on this story, but for now we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to One World. I'm Linda Kincaid. Let's catch you up on the headlines. The World Health Organization's Director General said that China's zero COVID strategy is not sustainable. His remarks have been censored on the country's two largest social media platforms. The criticism coming days after Chinese President Xi Jinping vowed to double down on the zero COVID policy. Special forces rolled into Sri Lanka's capital of Colombo today following a month of protests. 9 people have been killed in the past week. The curfew has been extended through Thursday morning. The Defence Ministry says troops can shoot anyone damaging state property or assaulting officials. The government's apparent mishandling of an economic crisis sparked the unrest. The son of the Philippines' former dictator is claiming victory in Monday's presidential election. According to an unofficial preliminary count, Ferdinand Marcos Jr. got more than twice as many votes as his closest rival. He called it a victory for democracy and asked to be judged on his actions, not his family's authoritarian past. We get more now from CNN's Ivan Watson.
Judge me not by my ancestors, but by my actions. Those are the final words of a short statement declaring victory coming from the presumptive winner of the presidential elections that were held in the Philippines on Monday. And that assumed winner is Ferdinand Marcos Jr., known by his nickname Bong Bong, a statement released by his spokesperson declaring victory in that election. The preliminary results show a massive lead, more than twice the votes of the presumptive second place candidate in the election. And Bong Bong is, of course, the son of the ousted former dictator of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos Sr., who was forced to flee the country in 1986 in the face of a people power movement, had ruled under martial law for nearly a decade, had an atrocious human rights record, and is still being investigated.
We're going to break away from that story. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson right now is speaking with the President of Finland ahead of Finland's decision whether it will join NATO. Let's listen in.
That one always measures friendships by how they show up in bad weather. They say this is attributed to Winston Churchill. Maybe you know better whether that is or not, but nevertheless it describes the situation today in Europe. We are great friends, Finland and UK, and strong security partners. We signed joint statement. We will stand together and support each other in any circumstances, in good and bad weather. Deepen the cooperation we already have in CHEF specifically, on defense, hybrid threats, other critical areas of security. That's what we are doing. Here in Finland, we appreciate UK's strong support to NATO's open door policy and Finland's potential membership. That is also very valuable to us. And I told that after my visit in London, it was very encouraging for us to hear your opinions and your support. These decisions, they strengthen our own security here in Finland and that of Europe and that of the whole NATO world, especially if we join. For us, joining NATO would be not against anybody. We would like to maximize our security in way or another while thinking membership in NATO, but it is not a zero-sum game. If Finland increases its security, it's not away from anybody else. We have both condemned the Russian warfare in Ukraine. We have both been helping Ukraine and Ukrainian people and to continue that. With these words, please.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Mr. President Sauli Niinistö, and thank you very much for hosting me today. It is wonderful to be here in Helsinki this evening at a pivotal moment in our shared history. It's pivotal because, as I also discussed with colleagues, with the Prime Minister Andersson in Sweden, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has changed the equation of European security, and it has rewritten our reality and reshaped our future. We've seen the end of the post-Cold War period, and the invasion of Ukraine, sadly, has opened a new chapter. And that invasion has already failed for two reasons. Firstly, because of the unbreakable spirit of the Ukrainian people who have fought back and rallied the world behind them. And second, because that Ukrainian struggle for freedom, that heroic fight, has brought the world together in condemnation of this assault on our values. And it would be fair to say that it has also brought Finland and the UK even closer together today. So the security declaration, the solemn declaration we've signed today, ensures that our two nations can intensify our partnership and take it to unparalleled heights, both latitudinal and metaphorical. From the high north to the Baltics and beyond, our armed forces will train, operate and exercise together, marrying our defence and security capabilities and formalising a pledge that we will always come to one another's aid. Because this is not a short-term stopgap, Sauli. This is not a short-term stopgap as you consider NATO membership, but an enduring assurance between two nations, an assurance that brings us ever closer as we face the challenges of today, the threats of tomorrow, side by side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Thank you, Prime Minister. Now we go to questions. Language of this press conference is English. First question goes to Patrick Holmström, Svenska Yle.
Thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, will there be British boots on the ground on Finnish territory if Finland asks for it during a possible conflict with Russia? And how are you prepared for this? And Mr. President, is this security declaration enough for Finland in the current situation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me be clear, because I think the solemn declaration is itself clear. And what it says is that in the event of a disaster or in the event of an attack on either of us, then yes, we will come to each other's assistance, including with military assistance. But the nature of that assistance will, of course, depend upon the request of the other party. But it's also intended to be the foundation of an intensification of our security and our defence relationship in other ways as well.
Yes, like we heard, this cooperation, it increases enormously Finnish security. But security needs all the possible ways if we want to maximize our security. This is a very, very good way to go forward. And we do appreciate a lot this big step which is now taken.
You've just been listening to the President of Finland and the Prime Minister of the UK. And this comes as Finland is on the verge of deciding whether to apply for NATO membership. Now, the two countries have signed a joint statement today that they will stand together and support each other. Finland's president said that we both condemn Russia's war with Ukraine. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson said Russia's invasion of Ukraine has rewritten history and rewritten our future. And the invasion has already failed for two reasons. He said, first, the unbreakable spirit of the Ukrainian people. And of course, the second being Ukraine's struggle for freedom has brought the world together. Now, Boris Johnson said they have formalised a pledge that they will always come together to one another's aid. And both Finland and Sweden will decide later this week on whether they apply to join NATO. I'm Linda Kincaid. You were watching One World. Stay with us. African Voices is next.
I'm going to introduce you to a textile artist in Mozambique with a unique style and an inspiring story. Her artwork has taken her to unexpected places and strengthened her connection to her community.
What I like about my work is the freedom of it. The freedom that gives me to create whatever I feel like. Every time I create a work, I take small piece of me out, you know, like if it's a happiness, a sadness, or it goes into the work, you know, so I become lighter and lighter and lighter. I'm using my art to heal myself, to discover my worth, and to heal the universe. I am Lizette Churim, visual artist from northern Mozambique, and I'm a change maker.
Lizette Shirimi uses rich textiles, bold colors, and recycled materials to create mixed media masterpieces.
I began to collect all the items on the floor that I thought they would be useful. I picked up all the buttons, all the small metals.
Today she's going to the market to source new materials.
The market is called Giua. I began to work with the Capulana. because Capulana he brings lots of colors and there's a cultural value. Nice material.
Lisette is known for her large fabric collages. She says her troubled past often influences her creations.
My work is the fruits of my childhood, you know, crying, beating, and missing my mom, and feeling lonely. It's reflected now in my work. It's like my work is the healing part of that, the pain I carried. This piece is, I call it the Book of Demand. When I went to meet my father embraced me, but suddenly he began to reject me because my stepmother, she rejected me. I said, okay, the human side of my family reject me, but the spiritual side, the spirits, my ancestors, you know, they embrace me, they love me. So this is about my ancestral lineage. So our fathers and ancestors, they used to knit. So this is a continuation of, you know, the knitting, but now using the fabric. And to express my feelings about being rejected from the human side, but being loved and embraced and chosen by my ancestors. And it's my sketchbook.
Art came naturally to Lisette, but she says she didn't initially consider it as a career.
The first time I found out I was an artist was actually when I was working at aluminium company. I used to draw, you know, images and funny things. And my boss at the time, he said to me that he believed that I'm an artist and I should check that out. I looked at myself and then I saw that I was surrounded by artists. I'm like, you know what? My boss is actually right.
In 2005, the visual artist moved her family from Mozambique to Cape Town to pursue her creative passions.
When I was in Cape Town, I came with so much energy and I wanted to make everything.
While there, she started gaining recognition.
The Duval company is a beer company. They chose me out of all the artists in South Africa. They chose me to be the first black artist to collaborate with them to design a glass for them. And Yo-Yo Ma, you know, big cello player, he was doing a tour in Africa, you know, and each country that he went, they will choose one artist to design a poster for him. So I was the chosen one in South Africa.
Despite her success, Lisette felt the need to return home.
I was able to have a decent life out of art. But then my soul began to die. I just felt like numb. But then I come to Tofu. Tofu is a place that I feel is recharging me back. Welcome to my home, my studio space, my sanctuary.
We were with Lisette as she prepared for an exhibition at the Morton Fine Arts Gallery in the US.
The theme I'm working on is like my soul's freedom, you know. I'm talking about the soul's freedom of being, you know, because when I was working in Cape Town, I felt that I was losing myself. So yeah, it's the spiritual encounter, my soul reviving in my body. I start first with the canvas. I draw into the canvas and then I follow the pattern with these stripes. And then after that goes to Celso. Celso is the one that is gonna stitch every little piece into the canvas. And then we put the final piece on the end here so it can hang on the wall. Being a visual artist is the most fulfilling energy you can ever have. For me, that's it makes you feel like you own your own life. It drives you to do things. And you can create out of rubbish or things that people think is rubbish, and you put together and you become beautiful.
Next, see how she's planning to help young creatives and preserve Africa's artistic heritage.
I'm privileged to find myself and find my voice and find my soul, because there's many, many people out there like me. Many Africans, many girls crying, still in their shell, without a voice, you know, because they're so afraid or they don't believe in themselves.
Mozambican artist Lisette Shirim uses her craft to send a message of hope, inspiration, and female empowerment.
My goal is to teach and motivate as many girls as I can. I wanted to celebrate also the feminine women in the universe, because I believe men and women, they were strong, but women, she's a powerful.
After spending more than a decade in Cape Town, Lisette says she moved back to Mozambique to heal her inner wounds.
I'm just rediscovering myself every single day, you know, and give myself motivation to keep moving and, you know, to keep the creative energy flowing.
While her art is cathartic, she says a local healer has also played a large role in her life.
The healing process is very important, because when your body is well, your thoughts are well, your actions are well. I think everything is connected, you know. It starts from the dream. My first beginning when I started to do art, to make art, it was all dreams. I dream and then I wake up and then I go touch and then I do as I dreamed.
The self-taught visual artist is largely known for her canvas and textile work, but she has expanded her repertoire over the years.
This is another hand. I started this jewelry range to complement the dresses and the clothes I make. This long coat I made when I had, in 2017, when I had a collaboration with an artist called Del Moy. These masks I made for that installation I made for my mom. They represent the masks I use to navigate the world. Because sometimes we are forced to wear masks, because sometimes we have to deal with things that is outside our comfort zone.
With her home and studio bursting with artwork, she's now working on building a more permanent place to share these pieces with the community for generations to come.
So this is my own land that I'm purchasing. My dream is to be my museum for my work, and also to rescue all the artwork of the people who no longer exist. I want to take all of this work and write the story of those artists who's existed, who's not been valued, who didn't have a voice, strong voice enough to show their work. And I would like to have also artist residency, you know. People could come from South Africa, from all over the world, and try to come and teach them and the value of their own craft. It's really very exciting to be part of Africa in this moment, especially now, especially being artists, because art is the one that is leading now in the world. Everyone is like out there looking for African art, you know. So it makes me feel proud, it makes me feel happy, it makes me feel, gives me hope, like, you know, one day we will come back from where we were, you know, like proud people, owners of ourselves, you know, honor our own culture.
Thanks so much for watching. If you missed any part of the show or any past episodes, head to our website to get caught up. I'm Ari Topo, and I'll be back next week with more change-making stories.